Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. My name is Dr. Sapphire Boone. Just let me know if you can hear me. If you can see the presentation, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat box. I just want to make sure you can hear me and see me. Um, Normally, my internet does work, but just in case there's times where you can't hear myself or Professor Lewis, just let us know, and we'll try to make sure that it's not on your end, that it's on our end. We're so excited today. We're going to be having a lot of information today, but I wanted to make sure that we go ahead and start with introductions. So I'll let Professor Lewis start with her introduction. We're going to give you some little logistics for today, the itinerary, and then we're going to get right into the material.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. It is a beautiful Friday to be here in this training. I am Professor Lewis. I am a 2-time Morgan graduate, working on the 3rd time. I also serve as the sidekick, the Robin to Dr. Boone's Batman in the Title IV program. And what else do I do? I guess, expertise in social work, aside from administration, is definitely clinical practice. And my area of focus is around African American Christian women who have experienced childhood trauma. So I'm very excited to be here with you all today. I've been doing licensure prep probably for the last 5 years. And I'm excited to be here and excited to answer some of your questions and provide you the information that you guys are looking for. As you all know, I'm sure the LMSW or the LCSWC, whichever one you are taking, is the gateway to a new level in your profession. I remember in 2010 when I earned my LMSW, back then it was the LGSW. It opened up a world of opportunity. Not only was I able to increase my salary at my current position, but I also was able to gain part-time work and earn even more income and had access to even more experience. I've worked in the private sector, doing clinical work as well as the public sector. And so I'm really excited not only to serve as your instructor today, but if you find that we have similar interests, you can certainly email me about those interests, and hopefully I can be a resource to you. I will drop my email in the comment section just in case you find that you like me, actually. I try to be funny because we're going to be together for the next 5 to 6 hours. And so I don't want you to be bored. I do want you to be interactive and engaged, and we'll use the chat box for that. Feel free to private message me as well if there's something that you want to ask. And you guys have a great time. Make sure that you're not distracted today if you can. I know that we are all at home being moms and wives and students and employees and a little bit of everything in this time. But if you can minimize as many distractions as possible, and I promise you that this will set the foundation for your success as it relates to the LMSW or the LCSW. And I'll be talking to you guys shortly. Thank you, Dr. Boone, who is my esteemed colleague. And before she introduces herself, she's probably going to be very modest. So I will take the opportunity to gas her up, okay, because that's what we do. Dr. Boone is fantastic. She's brilliant. She's a hard worker, and she is passionate about licensure prep. And that's why I enjoy working with her. Over the last 5 years, actually, I'm sure she has supported at least 150 to 200 students pass the LMSW exam. So you're not dealing with a novice, you are dealing with the expert. So Dr. Boone, I'll pass it back to you.
Oh my goodness, that was just a lot. Okay. Okay. So before I actually introduce myself, I was looking out and I do see Professor Thelma Rich has joined us. I wasn't sure if she wanted to say a little bit of anything. Is she still on? Let's see. Professor Rich, if you're there, I thought I saw her. Okay, we'll catch her when she comes back on. So like Professor Lewis told you guys, my name is Dr. Boom. We both work for Morgan State University. So you may have had us in class, you may have seen us, or you may have interacted with me already with licensure prep. And so I'm really, really excited for today. I am a 3-time grad of Morgan State University. I have my BSW, my MSW, and my PhD in social work. So if you have any questions about getting a PhD, you can also ask me. And Professor Lewis is also a PhD student as well. I don't know if she said that, but she is. So she is a doctor loading as well. So we're so excited for today. I do have my own business. It's called Advanced Social Work Solutions. And that is where we are coming to you from today to present this presentation. We have presented our workshop probably about 5 times so far this year. Not this year, last year until this year. And so we've been doing a lot of prep together. And so at this point, it's pretty seamless. So you're going to get so much information, and we're really, really excited. You're probably on this Zoom today because you want to be able to advance your career and you want to be able to take that next step in your career. And the licensure is just how we do it in Maryland. I wish that it wasn't mandatory, but it is. And so you can pass. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. I do want to make some announcements before we get started. So here are some announcements. You will be on mute the entire time, except for lunch break. If you had some questions, I'll let you guys unmute during that time. And also a little bit at the end, we can have kind of a little, chat at the end as well. And you'll be able to take off mute. And that's just because we are recording today, and I want to make sure that the recording is seamless to be able to get through the day. And I'm going to pin my announcements because I do see that Professor Rich is here. I know I saw her. So I'm going to let her, if she would like to say anything to you guys, to do that at this time. Let me unmute her because I think she can't unmute. Hold on.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, good morning, happy New Year. I am so excited about today. I know that you're in for an academic treat. You have 2 experts with you, Dr. Boone and Mrs. Lewis. They're going to be with you. They are passionate about what they're sharing. They're excellent, they were excellent students. They were extremely extraordinary in how they presented themselves as students. And that's why they are here with you today. And so I want you to know that you are loved, that you are admired, that the dean, Dr. Anna McFadder, wishes she were here. I want you to know that you have, let me see how many hours. It's from 10 until 3. So I can't count, but I think that's 5 hours. Is that right? Okay, good. I can't count, but I can't count, but I can spend it. And so just enjoy the day. Don't get all excited, don't get all hepped up so you can't relax and enjoy what you're going to learn. You have 2 experts with you. So just, so you're in their hands. And so what better hands could you be in to get prepared to do the licensure for yourself as you become an urban social work practitioner, researcher, advocate, facilitator, enabler, and all that good stuff that we do. We're going to be master change agents after you pass that test. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rich.
Oh, and And by the way, I love both of them and all of you all too.
Okay, so just to also say, we want to thank Professor Rich. We want to thank Dr. Anna McFadder, Dr. Van Slytman, and all of the staff at the School of Social Work, because they are the ones that always, the field department always gives a licensure prep every year. And so this is our second time doing it for Morgan. So we're like so excited about everything. And since we did our last workshop in May, we did it on May 7th of 2020, we've actually had 30 students pass.
Woo, woo, wee, 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 wee.
Yes, 30 students pass. We've had probably a little bit over 40 take it. So not everyone passed. It gave us about a 75% pass rate. We know that, of course, not everyone lets me know when they do not pass. So just keep that in mind, that, you know, the numbers aren't hard and fast, but it does give us a chance to really see that the work is here, it's for you, and you can pass. So we want to give you that motivation today. And we want to be able to, be those encouragers for you that you can pass. Everyone has their own journey. Keep that in mind, that, you know, some people can literally study for a week and pass. I don't know how they do that. That was not me. And then some people study for 3, 4, 5, 6 months and pass. So it just depends on everything. And like we talked about a little bit before, anxiety is really, really important. So I just wanted to remind you about some of the logistics for today. So all participants will be on mute the whole time. You can use the video feature, as some of you are doing, but your face will not be featured in the recording unless probably at the end. I know when we all unmute, then you might be on there. But for the most part, it's just going to be the presenters that are going to be on video. So you don't have to really, you know, worry about that. We will be answering questions in the chat box. So go ahead and use your chat box in order to communicate with us, communicate any questions that you may have. Go ahead and get a piece of paper or a notebook, pen, to be able to write notes. However, we're going to give you a lot of information today. Most of it will be practicing the questions. And the reason that we are going to do that this time is because last time we did mostly content, very, very little questions, and you guys want questions. So, and we want to provide that to you. However, you're going to have a chance to have all of the information, additional information on your Google Drive, and I'm going to show you how to do that as well. We're also going to be keeping track of your attendance. It's not to get you in trouble. It's not to report you anywhere. It literally is just for me to be able to follow up with you and to be able to know, out of those who registered, who can actually be able to, you know, who actually came to the workshop. So if you have a first name only, you know, there are a couple Barbaras. So just go ahead and change your name so that you can give me both your first and your last name. And then also, in order to do that, if you go to participants and you go to your name and click more, you can rename yourself. That way we can know, especially if it says like iPhone, I don't know who that is, or if it just says your tablet name, go ahead and rename yourself so that I can know. If you have a unique name, like some of you guys just have one name, but it's unique, so I can, you know, definitely be able to know who it is. But for those that are just, you know, a letter or an iPhone, just let me know. Yes, if you go to participants, you should be able to see your name and see what it says. Okay, great. Please understand that some may have a lot of questions. And so, hey, Barbara Manning, I thought that was you. um, you might have a lot of questions, right? And so just remain patient. It is going to be a longer day, but it's going to be a great day, and it's going to be recorded. So even if you don't get a concept today, you're going to get it when you look at the recording again. Hey, Andre. Okay. It may seem like the flow is going to be disrupted, but don't get upset. We're all here to learn, and it's just a part of the group process. You're really in for a treat. Okay. Also, I wanted to make sure that you knew you were supposed to do some pre-work. If you did it, it's okay, but you were supposed to complete your anxiety scale, your learning style. So maybe during the lunch break, if you have time, go ahead and complete those things so that we can kind of get a better understanding of where you are with your anxiety and where you are with your learning style. So far, I think I saw some visual learners, some hands-on learners, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. You also should have understood how to apply for the test. So I had a video called All You Need to Know About the LBSW and LMSW. And so you're going to make sure that you view that so that you know how to apply. If you are graduating in May of 2021, you should be able to apply right now. And I always suggest it because your application will be good for a whole year. So hopefully it does not take you a whole year to do your first attempt, but it's enough time for you to be able to plan out your date of when you would like to take your test. So go ahead and look at that video if you weren't able to. We will go over some resources and other questions, like I said, during the lunch break. I'm going to give you a chance to ask me any questions and give you a lot of resources, and I will also be emailing that information as well. Just a second, I want to go over the Google Drive so that you know how to access everything that we're talking about today. So I'm just going to go over it very, very quickly. It's very, very simple, I think. I love Google Drive. I use it for everything. So here's the drive, okay? So the handouts for today are called workshop PowerPoints. You should have clicked that and seen the 2 PowerPoints that we're going to use today. But you also have additional PowerPoints. These are the things that I was talking about. You have PowerPoints for each and every topic. Human behavior, ethics, direct practice, group practice. This is for you to use as a supplemental material to your main material, okay? So you wanna be able to look at this information. It's literally gonna pull out the meat of the information so you won't be so overwhelmed. So when you're studying, you can start with our material, and if there's anything that you wanna elaborate on, that's when you'll go to your main study material. Okay, then you also have additional handouts. It's different things in here. I want you to look at the DSM-5 cheat sheet, different materials, a dictionary, different tips. So this is a good resource for you as well. And then here is your homework. Don't start it right now, but once you are, once we're done for today, we're gonna go over, hopefully, time permitting, we're going to go over 38 questions today, and then you have 35 questions as homework. So just keep that in mind that you're going to be having some homework. So once we're finished with today, you'll have this, this link, like I said, is already there. And also what I want you to do is I want you to say add shortcut to Drive. So that way it will be added to your own drive and you won't have to be trying to find it. It should be with your shared with me too, but just add it to your drive. That way you already have it and have it accessible. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. Okay, no questions so far. I know we had one student that had issues seeing the information. I think that everyone is able to view. It might be that you just have to change your gallery view or change your view to see the actual PowerPoint. So it might be a device issue. But if anyone else has any issues with seeing anything, just please let me know. Okay.
Dr. Boone,
Yes. Mhm.
I just wanted to make a comment regarding the material.
Mhm.
I know that you all will have lots of access to material and lots of people's material. I think that it is a good thing. Sometimes I've seen students get confused because you're studying material from 6 and 7 and 10 people. And I know when I was preparing for the exam, I got content from everywhere. My friends who had taken the exam, and after a while, it became a little bit overwhelming. So what I would suggest is that you start, as Dr. Boone said, with this content and learn the breadth and width of it, meaning go completely through all the material. And then perhaps pull additional material for concepts that you still may be unclear about, or concepts that you need to further, I want to say inculcate, but like burn in your brain. That way you don't become overwhelmed by how much material you have, how much it may be repeated. And sometimes materials conflict, especially when we're talking about the human behavior section, because age ranges change and things like that. And even sometimes names change from one material to another. So I just wanted to drop that tidbit in there. Don't overwhelm yourself with too many with too much content in terms of too many authors.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so like I said, go ahead and put any questions that we have. I think what I'll do is when we start back after lunch, I will kind of go over anxiety, a little bit about anxiety, a little bit about your study plan, and a little bit about your study routine, just so you can get some more information on that. Yes, anxiety. We're definitely going to hit anxiety, but I want to make sure that we do have some time for all the good information. So I want to go ahead and get started. So we're going to start with human behavior. So how this is set up, we're going to go over very little concepts, okay, for human behavior, because human behavior is so vast that I literally probably could do a 5-hour workshop just on human behavior, right? So we're gonna go over just some highlighted areas. And then what we'll do is we're going to go over questions. So I think that going over questions, especially for those who are hands-on, and really everyone just likes going over questions, because you're going to see how this information that we talk about is going to show up in the question. And we're going to break down also the strategy that we use in order to break down our questions. The other thing I want to say is that there's so much information. Has anyone looked at the content outline for the exam that they're going to test for? Let me know yes or no. Yeah. Were you overwhelmed at all? Did you guys feel a little overwhelmed with the content? It literally is like probably about 5 pages long. So literally they give you all of that because they change the questions ever so often. I think every couple of years, right? And they also have various test variations, right? And so you could be tested on certain areas, but your colleagues could be tested on other areas, right? And so they want to be able to have the liberty to test you on pretty much anything. So that's why it's so much information. So you aren't going to know everything. There are going to be concepts that you have never seen before on the test. And there are going to be concepts as you study that you've never seen before in school. You've gotten a great education. I don't want you to think that it was your teachers. It's just that it's the nature of the test, okay? And today, when we go over concepts, I want you also to understand that it is the test world and it is the real world, okay? So my background is mostly child welfare. So when I took the test, I had a child welfare lens, Well, guess what? I had to get rid of that child welfare lens because not everything was safety issues, okay? I didn't have to remove or report everyone, right? So you have to be able to understand that your real world experience, although it is very valuable to your career, it is not valuable as much to the test, to answering the test. So the main thing that I want you to take away from today is a little bit more into how the test is formatted in terms of their questions and also how to answer these types of questions, okay? So again, we're going to go over content very quickly. It's okay if you feel overwhelmed today, because what I want you to do is to rewatch the video over and over and over again until you're able to kind of understand what we are talking about. So here are some tips for human behavior. Age and stage are most important, okay? Now, in school, you might have to be a theorist almost, right? You have to do research papers, you have to know the authors, you have to know everything, dates, and all of that. For the test, you are not a theorist. You are not a researcher for the test, okay? You just need to know the surface. This is a generalist practice test, the LMSW, and the LBSW is actually the difference with human behavior is that the LBSW is probably going to be more heavily saturated with theory and human behavior. Okay. And the LMSW is going to have theory as well, but it's also going to have a lot of practice questions. Okay. Age and stage. That's it. And maybe 1 or 2 words to go with each stage. Don't memorize a paragraph for one theory. You don't need it. You don't need all that. And we're going to go over a little bit of that today. Key concepts. That's all. Don't dive too deep. Don't spend all your life studying human behavior. You literally can go down the rabbit hole of spending months on human behavior, but don't do it. It's not necessary, right? Diversity questions require a diversity response, and we're going to see that today when we go over some diversity situations. And when you think of diversity, I want you to broaden your scope, right? It's not just race, but it's also, it can be those populations that are different, right? So you have the deaf community, right? We want to use those interpretation services. And then when we're considering what the social worker should do in terms of treating or working with people of a different culture, we always want to start with ourselves. We always want to think about our awareness, okay? And our cultural awareness, our biases, right? We want to start with that. So if it asks you, what should you do first? You're meeting with a client that's not in your culture. We want to start with self first, okay? And then when we talk about defense mechanisms, we're going to focus on, today we're only going to focus on 3. In your handouts, you'll see that it's about 10 in there, but there are about probably 30 or more defense mechanisms. So don't study everything. Start with the ones in the PowerPoint, those 10. And then what I want you to do is look at your main material for the other defense mechanisms, not to memorize them, but just to have a familiarity with the names of them. Because what the test will do is throw them in as options, as answer options. And so you'll be able to say, okay, this is a defense mechanism, so therefore it's not the answer. So even if that's the purpose of just knowing what to eliminate, it's going to be great. Okay, today we're going to go over psychodynamic. We're going to go over a little bit of defense mechanisms, and then we're going to go through behavior theory as well. Very, very, very quickly, okay? Because you guys can read, you know the material, but I want you to know what you need to pull from these areas, okay? So I group the theories into these 2 categories, psychodynamic and behavioral, because I want you to understand that they all have something in common, right? They all have a main belief, or here we call it a main tenet in common. So psychodynamic theories are all going to have an internal conflict, right? When you think about your id, ego, and superego, right? Those are your personality and your internal conflict. Okay. And your conflict is going to be based upon past experiences. Your past experiences is going to shape and form your present actions, right? So when you talk about a biopsychosocial and you're getting that history, right, the social history, you're getting that history in order to understand why your behavior is the way it is today, okay? And so here are some theories that are based upon it, right? Psychoanalytic, psychosocial, defense mechanisms, object relations with Margaret Mahler. So these are all things you're going to learn about, but they all believe, right? Because they have age and stage. So they all believe that you kind of have to mature through these different conflicts in life. And if you don't, it's going to affect your present actions. Okay. So we have the id, the ego, and the superego. I think we're pretty familiar with these. These are kind of basic. But the ego is actually what all of the theories are based upon, okay? Because the ego, if you have an immature ego, you're going to have a lot of issues with defense mechanisms. You're going to have a lot of defense mechanisms that you use commonly, okay? If you have a mature ego, then when you're going through the stages, you're actually progressing through them and not getting stuck, okay? So the id, superego, and ego, all of them are important, but the ego, right? It really dictates between the id and the superego. Okay, so it's the executive kind of functioning, like which one do I go with? I'm trying to delay my gratification, right? I'm trying to delay my id, but am I going to listen to my superego and be very morally right? You know, which one am I going to go towards? And as my ego develops, it should be developing in the way of the superego. But if I have some trauma or some history or some events that happen to me, then maybe my ego might not fully develop. Okay. Okay, psychosexual stages of development. This is where age and stage comes into play. So oral stage, birth to 1.5 years, I want you to think of the mouth. So you'll see in the PowerPoint and also in the additional PowerPoints where there's teal. Okay, so the teal is the important things basically. So age, birth to 1.5, stage, oral, mouth. Oral and mouth kind of go together, right? So this is where the development for the child, they're putting everything in their mouth, and that's their mode of gratification. The anal stage, you have to think about their development and what is going on during this age, right? Their potty training. So during this stage, their main focus is going to be on controlling their bowel movements because they are potty training. So anal is potty training, basically. The phallic stage, 3 to 5. So this is like preschool age, okay? So in the preschool age, it shifts. And I know that Professor Lewis can attest to this because she has a 3-year-old. Okay. So have you ever thought about a cousin, your child, your grandchild, at this age? They're very obsessed, a three-nager, yes. They're very obsessed with their genitals, right? So I always give the example of my coworker. She told her daughter was 4, she told her daughter that she had a vagina. And so she asked, does daddy have a vagina? So she said, no, daddy doesn't have a vagina. So she went to sleep. And when she woke up, she said, mommy, we got to call the doctor because daddy needs a vagina, right? You know, they're just like, that's when they start to understand everything. Okay. So what's normal at this stage is for them to explore their own genitals. They're just learning that it causes pleasure. Okay. So they may be touching themselves. That is normal. They may want to, you know, show their genitals to other people. They may want to see other peers' genitals, right? Not adults necessarily, but other peers. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So they want to see, they want to know. So this is normal. What's not normal is sexual, knowing about sexual intercourse. So if they are acting out sexual intercourse, this is not normal. okay? Because they would have had to seen, they had to be exposed to that sexual exposure in order to do that. That is not something they just wake up knowing how to do, okay? So just keep that in mind. And I kept the two complexes up here because I did have people say that these were on their test. But again, it may not be on your test, but I just wanted to give you that information. And then latency stage, this is the school age, okay? School age, where they still have sexual energy, but it's a little less. It's more directed on social activities and also intellectual activities because now they're in school, right? And then once they became in the puberty age 10 and of course up, then that's when you get back to the genitals because you're thinking about attraction towards the opposite sex, being in relationships, or just attraction towards any sex actually, during this stage. Okay, so we went over psychodynamic theories in general. I cannot see your screen. I think if you can't see my screen, it might be because you need to adjust your view on your device. So just play with your different views up at the top right. It should be speaker view, gallery view. So you should be able to shift back and forth. If you're on a phone, then you want to scroll because one screen is going to be people. And then if you scroll all the way to the left, I think it should be the screen, hopefully. Okay, so we went over psychodynamic, we went over psychosexual. So now we're going to talk about defense mechanisms. Again, don't memorize all 30, but memorize, like I said, start with those 10. We're going to go over displacement, projection, and reaction formation today. We're going to get some questions about it. So displacement is when I really have feelings or reaction toward one person, but I take it out on someone else. So the classic example is going to be I'm mad at my boss at work, but I come home and I take it out on my family, my wife, my children, because they are what's called less threatening. So it's not that they are less worthy or they deserve your anger, but it's less threatening. If I act out, if I show my anger or display my anger towards my boss, I may get fired, right? Versus if I display my anger towards my wife or my children, my spouse, they're going to put up with me. They're going to still be with me the next day, hopefully. So that's displacement. It involves 3 people, right? The person who is supposed to get those feelings or reactions, and then the lesser object. So, and me. So that's 3 people. Yes, displacement. Let's displace some of our anxiety on somebody else. Like, okay, projection. Projection is just 2 people. Okay, projection is you and your feelings, and you project them onto someone else. Your undesirable feelings that you project onto someone else. Because again, when it comes to defense mechanisms, which I didn't mention, but I wanted to also mention, is that defense mechanisms has to do with your ego development. So if you have an immature ego, right, you're going to do these things. So some of your defense mechanisms, you're going to be like, well, who does this? This is really weird. Who would do that? Well, who would do that is people who are immature, okay? Who have immature egos. A lot of the defense mechanisms are unconscious strategies used by the ego to minimize distress caused by conflicting demands of the id and the superego. So your id and superego are going crazy. So in order to minimize the distress, I'm going to have these defense mechanisms. I'm avoiding something, right? Instead of deal with the feelings I have with my boss, I'm just going to displace them onto, my friends or my family. Okay. I'm not all the defense mechanisms, you're not dealing with a feeling or a trauma or something that causes you stress. So it's a way to really cause self-deception and deception to others. Okay. It's kind of like you're lying a little bit. So instead of you saying, hey, I'm really unhappy with my husband, maybe that's my undesirable thoughts or feelings, I project that onto you. And I say, well, aren't you unhappy with your husband? And I'm treating you like you need a therapist, but really I need one. Okay. So that's projection. Two people, me projecting onto someone else. A simpler example is, hey, aren't you hungry? When really I'm hungry. Okay. And then reaction formation. This is something that people have told me has come up on their test. So I just want to make sure that we talk about it today. It's taking unwanted thoughts and feelings, okay, and having them, flipping them into the opposite. So I always say that you have one feeling, but your behavior is the opposite. So an example of this is, let's say I actually resent my mother, okay? Whatever she did to me in my past, I resent her. But to her face, kind of like I'm a little two-faced, right? To her face, I am buying her things. I'm telling her you're the best mother ever. I'm putting on Facebook, my mom is the best mom ever. You know, best mom ever challenge, hashtag, you know, right? But really, I deep down inside, I have these unwanted feelings, okay? Okay, we rolling right through. Okay, so I'm gonna go through the Erikson psychosocial stages pretty quickly. They're pretty self-explanatory. I will explain like the three middle ones because they can be a little confusing, but for Erikson, we are still under the psychodynamic theory. So remember, you are thinking about how the past impacts the present, okay? He believed that development occurs across the lifespan. The individual is confronted with different psychosocial crises that he or she must work through in order to attain ego identity and a healthy personality, okay? So trust versus mistrust. We know this is with the baby kind of early toddler age, right? It's basically when the caregivers are not reliable. So if I need something as a baby and I don't get it, then I am more apt to mistrust people later on in life. And the textbook case of this is going to be a baby that grew up in foster care, a baby that was in multiple foster care placements, or maybe a baby that was in the family but just had multiple caregivers. And the caregivers were not necessarily reliable. Okay. So when you think about Gabriel Fernandez, I mean, he probably should not trust anybody. You know, if he ever, you know, unfortunately made it to adulthood, he would have had a lot of mistrust issues because he just had so many unreliable caregivers during his life. Okay. So that's trust versus mistrust. The psychosocial stages are kind of, in my opinion, self-explanatory, in my opinion. Okay. Autonomy versus shame and doubt. So the next three stages are really the same. You know, the child is trying to be more independent or trying to initiate something, trying to complete a task. And if they don't complete the task, then they have this negative feeling. So for 2 to 3 year olds, they are potty training, they are becoming more independent, their skills are better, their motor skills, they're talking more. And so they have a sense of independence. And so if they're not able to successfully be independent, then that could lead to shame and doubt. Initiative versus guilt is very similar. It's just a different age group, literally. So with these questions, it's really important to notice what age your client is when you have identified that Erikson is going to help you answer the question, okay? So again, they try to initiate, right? Because they have some sense of mastery, kind of, right? Because they're starting to really have power over their environment. And so if you scold them for having that initiative, like let's say they start to wash the dishes but they get water everywhere, and you say, you know, you scold them for that, then this may lead to guilt. and maybe now I don't want to initiate anything else, okay? And industry versus inferiority is the same as well, different age, but with inferiority, it's because I'm in school and now I'm being compared with others. So before I was just at home being guilty and being shamed and doubt, but now I'm in school and I'm inferior because the tasks that I'm trying to complete, I'm not able to have mastery over them. So in each of these last three stages, it's really important that the child gets age appropriate tasks where they can actually complete them so they won't feel inadequate, basically. Okay, identity versus role confusion. We know this is very special, not special, but a characteristic of that teenage years. Okay. Intimacy versus isolation. Similar to psychosexual, after puberty, now we're a young adult, now we're trying to look for loving relationships. And if you don't have an identity, if you have not been able to successfully go through the other crises, then you're not going to be able to be in an intimate relationship successfully. Stage 7, generativity versus stagnation, is basically you are having children, you have a legacy. Even if you don't have children, you should be pouring into the next generation by mentoring people. But if you are selfish, then you're stagnant. You just are hoarding all the information, all your knowledge to yourself, and you're not pouring it into anybody else, then you're stagnant. And then the last one is 65 to death. And 65 is not old, but during this stage, it's really looking back on your life and seeing if what you had in your conscience, what your morality, your values, did you actually live those out? So you either have a sense of fulfillment or you'll be bitter and regretful, okay, during those stages. Okay, and then we're gonna breeze through behavioral in 10 minutes. And then we're gonna talk a little bit about breaking down the liked method. And then we're gonna get to the questions. You're gonna be so excited. This is so exciting. Okay, we're doing good. Okay, behavioral, cognitive, learning theories. They all have the same tenet, okay? So when we think about classical conditioning, operant conditioning, Pavlov and the dogs, cognitive development, CBT, when you think about cognitive behavioral therapy, they're based upon these theories, okay? Social learning, all of them do not care about your past. All of them. They don't think that your past has anything to do with your present actions, okay? Your child, I would say not past, but childhood, okay? They don't think that your childhood has any bearing or impact on your present actions, okay? So they only look at what we call the ABC model. They only look at your behavior that's maladaptive, and they want to know what triggered it or what came right before it. The antecedent is what we call that, the behavior, and then the consequence of the behavior. So those three things, okay, the antecedent or the trigger, your behavior, I think I have a slide on it. Yes, right here. Your antecedent, right, or trigger, your behavior or response to that trigger, and then your consequence. So the idea for operant conditioning, yes, yep, absolutely. Behavior intervention plans, yes. Behavior theory, yep. Everything is, yep. All these theories are still under human behavior, yes. Because human behavior is theories, it's child abuse and neglect, it's domestic violence, okay? It's lifespan theories, child development, all of those things, everything, all of that is under human development. Again, just make sure you are looking at your content outline so you can kind of see what all is under human behavior. And for the LMSW, I believe it's 27 or 24% of your test. So you definitely want to go over those concepts. Okay, so we're going to go back just a little bit because I do want to explain Pavlov. Okay, remember these dogs? I know you remember. And we knew what this meant in the context of dogs because it was really simple. But what I want you to understand is how this applies to anything else, right? So we had the dogs, they wanted the food, right? That was their natural response. Their natural response to food is to salivate or to show that they're hungry, okay? So the unconditioned response is to the unconditioned stimulus. This is natural, something that happens naturally, okay? And I want you to also see that the unconditioned response and the conditioned response are the same, okay? They're the same image because they're the same exact response. The only difference is the stimulus, okay? So unconditioned stimulus is natural. As a dog, I'm naturally salivating for food. But when I introduce the condition of the bell, now I no longer need the food, I just need the bell to have my response. So here is a couple of examples of this. And hopefully by the test question, when we go over the test question, you'll get it by then, okay? Because I don't want to give that example away, but I will give you some more examples. So my first example is going to be fish. Okay, so let's say I have a bad experience with fish. I get food poisoning. Okay, so now when I smell fish, okay, right here, when I smell fish, this is my unconditioned stimulus. My natural response is to throw up. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Let's go again. When I eat fish, sorry, I went ahead. When I eat fish, my natural response, because I had food poisoning, is to throw up every time I eat fish, okay? So my unconditioned stimulus, my natural response is to throw up from eating fish, okay? But when you eat fish, the condition that is introduced is the smell of fish. It's called aversion, right? So now I have an aversion, a smell aversion to fish. So same response, I'm gonna throw up, but now I don't need to eat the fish anymore. I just need to smell the fish and I throw up. Let's do another example. Have another example. Okay. I had a car accident, okay, by a construction zone. Okay, so construction zones give me anxiety. Every time I see the cones, every time I see the trucks and the barricades, I get anxiety, okay? And the construction zone that I had my accident was on a highway, okay? So now, so the unconditioned stimulus is the construction zone and my unconditioned response is anxiety, okay? Or maybe a panic attack or something. Now I no longer need to see the construction zone. I now get anxiety when I just go to the highway. Soon as I merge on the highway, I don't even need to see any construction site. I already have anxiety because of the association of the highway with the construction zone. Okay, you may be very confused or you may have a light bulb. I'm not sure. But what we're going to do is we're going to keep talking about this when we get to the example in our questions, okay? How y'all doing? Are you overwhelmed? Hopefully you're not overwhelmed yet. And then the last concept that I want to go over, oh, a light bulb. Oh, yes, I love seeing light bulbs. Yes, I love it. Good, good, good. Yeah, it should have got a little light bulb. Literally, until I started teaching the material, I literally only thought about the dogs. I couldn't really relate it to anything else. So hopefully that will help. And then we're going to give one more example in our questions. It's definitely going to help. So there's all types of examples and it just depends on your style or, you know, your personality, which one will speak to you. So typically the one that speaks to people is the one we're going to go over in the questions. Okay, so let's go over just reinforcement, positive and negative reinforcement, and then we'll go over punishment and extinction a little bit. Okay, positive reinforcement. I want you to continue to do the behavior. I want to strengthen the occurrence of the behavior, both in positive and negative, because reinforcement means I want the behavior to continue. Okay, that's what that means. Positive and negative. I want the behavior to continue. But it depends on how I do it. So let's say I want my husband to take out the trash. Very simple example, okay? I want my husband to take out the trash. So I could either do it in a positive way, which is every time he does it, babe, you did a great job. You took out the trash. I'm gonna give you a cookie. I'm gonna praise him and I'm gonna give him a reward because I want him to keep doing it. So I'm gonna make a big deal and throw a party, okay? Or I could nag him to death until he does it, okay? So a negative condition or negative reinforcement is when I do something that they want to avoid. So they just do the behavior. They just do it because they want to avoid my negative condition. Okay. So because once he wants to avoid me nagging, he's going to actually do it. Okay. So you have to think about, is this reinforcement? Is this punishment? It really depends upon, do I want the behavior what is the behavior, first of all? And do I want it to continue or do I want it to stop? So punishment is typically because we want them to stop doing something, right? So when you spank a child, what did I say? Oh, spank a child when they throw a tantrum. You want them to stop throwing a tantrum. Or you wash their mouth out with soap every time they cuss because you want them to stop that behavior, okay? And then extinction is our last concept. It just means if I ignore it, it will go away. So basically, if I want a behavior to stop, eventually, if I just ignore the behavior will eventually cease to even exist. And one of the examples of that is bullying. If you ignore the bully, hopefully, by continuing to ignore the bully, they will, stop picking on you. It's just a way or a technique to get a behavior to weaken or to stop. Okay. All right. And then diversity. I do want to go over diversity just for a couple of seconds. The main thing I want you to notice is that when you have a diversity question, you need to select a diversity answer. I can't tell you how many times you keep selecting very, very good social work answers, but it's not applicable because it's that diversity question. The other thing I want you to remember is that the test is full of stereotypes. It's just the way it is, okay? There's not a lot of cultural competency on this test at all. That's why we have this workshop to help you, because Morgan is growing you to be an urban social worker, but the test is not testing you as an urban social worker, okay? It's very Eurocentric. It's very linear. It's very process step oriented. So we're going to give you a lot of steps today. We're going to give you a lot of tips that is very black and white because the test really can't adjust for gray. Okay. It's very book, no experience. That's what they said. The real world doesn't help. Okay. So you're also going to see a lot of questions about American Indian or Native Americans, right? Alaska Native, because you have to remember this is a national test. So although in Baltimore, we don't have a lot of tribes, but in other states, that's all they have, right? Not all they have, but they have a lot of federally recognized tribes. So they have a lot of questions about it. And literally, again, it's very stereotypical. So, Native Americans, they don't make eye contact because they think it's disrespectful. So eye contact is a big thing of communication that could be misinterpreted, right? So they have all of those type of stereotypes, okay? And also, I want you to know that the LGBTQ plus population, there's a lot of questions from what I've been told on this test about it. So just familiarize yourself with some terms, okay? But remember, they are a diverse population. So you have to treat them with cultural awareness and cultural sensitivity, right? So that whatever the answer is going to be that cultural competence, cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity. So sometimes you get thrown off because you're like, well, I never worked with Native Americans, or I'm not familiar with the LGBTQ plus population. But you don't need to be in order to answer the question. Okay. Literally, you don't need any experience in anything to answer these questions. You only need to know what are they looking for. So that's why I say when you have a diversity question, you need to go with a diversity, a cultural answer. Okay. And we're going to look at some questions like that today. So I did give you a little bit of terms for LGBTQ plus, but there's more as well. And I just touched on a little bit on cultural competence. That's your answer to diversity. And then a little bit about safety. I wanted to just hit it just really quickly that when you have a child abuse and neglect case, here is when you report, okay? You report when you have clear information of who did it and what they did rose to the level of reporting it. So an example, if a child says, right here, for example, this one at the end, if the child reports that they've been sexually abused by their grandmother, you report that. If a child reports they're hungry, you might need to get more information about what's going on, okay? And then also with child abuse and neglect in the school setting, behavior problems is going to be a major thing. So if they have behavioral problems, academic problems, you're going to assess for neglect. That doesn't mean you're going to report neglect. You're going to assess or gather more information about the indicators that are in the scenario, okay? And some more information about indicators, just in case you weren't familiar. I just included those things. Okay, we're gonna go over the liked method strategy. We're doing good with time. I wanna go over the strategy. And then we're gonna practice the strategy with 6 human behavior questions. And then again, in your homework, you're gonna have more human behavior questions. Each question, it's going to tell you what type of question. So that's going to be good. I think it's really beneficial for you to understand the method, okay? Why have a strategy? If all you do is study material, you will not pass. You could study material forever, but if you do not know how the test asks the material, if you don't know how the questions look on the material, then literally you're not going to be able to answer the questions correctly, because just having the information is not enough. You need to know, how does it look? How are the questions formatted? And the best way, I just threw this in here, the best way is the ASWB practice test. It is $85. When you purchase it, you can only answer the questions one time. So I suggest you use it as a mock exam and go through the entire 4 hours, because you get 4 hours to take the test. Use it like a mock exam. I say use it like around 2 to 3 weeks before your exam date. Some people, they take the exam first and they study just the exam, like they study all the material that was on the exam, they study the rationale, and then that's how they passed. So it does depend on how you operate, how your learning style is, but I think you should study first and then take the exam, because it will give you a good indication of your readiness, okay? It doesn't mean if you don't pass, then you won't pass the real thing, but it is a great indicator of it, okay? And so here's the website and how you register for that. You do have to already have been applied and already have a ASWB ID and all of those things. So you can't just purchase the test. Like I can't purchase the test. You have to be already registered for the exam in order to purchase the test, okay? Authorization number. Okay, the liked method. So the liked method is a method that I learned, that Professor Lewis learned, many Marylanders learned from Dr. Manning. I'm not sure if he created the method. It's really actually no research or information on who created it, but it's a genius method, okay? If you can master it, it does take a lot of practice. So you might not have it down by the end of this today. You might get a lot of questions wrong. It's okay, because that's why we want to help you. But it's really good to slow you down, because what happens is you read the question, you read the answers, and before you even read all 4 answers, you already know which answer you're going to pick, but you might have the wrong one. So you need to go through the method so that you can make sure that you're eliminating the right type of question. So last sentence first. Oh, I see a, hold on, I see a chat. Oh yes, read every question all the way through, absolutely. Last sentence first. You're going to read that last sentence first, because that tells you what you're supposed to be looking for. That's the question or what they're asking you. Okay. You're going to identify the type of question, and I'm going to give you the type of questions in the next slide. You want to highlight the key concepts. You want to eliminate 2 answers. And when you eliminate these 2 answers, they're the wrong answers, like the really, really wrong answers. Because what you guys do, and what I do sometimes, is you go through the answers and you say, well, I just don't like that answer. But it's not actually anything wrong with it. You just don't like it. Well, I don't like how it's worded. But what does it represent? What is it trying to say, right? Just because you don't like one word, that doesn't mean it might not be the right answer. So you want to eliminate it based upon what it's definitely not. You know, you would never do that. The code of ethics says you would never do that. The books and textbooks and professors, you know, you would never do that. It's not, it doesn't make sense, right? You want to eliminate those first. And then go to the last 2, and then you're going to pick your distractor. So typically people have issues with identifying the type of question. I always say, even if you don't know what type, just know, what is it asking you? What is the main issue? You're going to have 5 sentences. What is the main issue? If you can, I'm going to ask that today. I'm going to say, what's the main issue? What did you focus in on? Because when you focus in on the wrong concepts, you're going to get the wrong answer every time. Okay. So I did go over this in the liked method video, so I don't really want to go over it right now. But what we can do is kind of go through the questions, and then we're going to hit some of these tips that you'll see in the PowerPoint of how to answer first. We're just going to go through, we're going to go through all that now. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to put the polling site up. Hold on, let me go to this. I'm going to put the polling site in the chat box, and I want you to click on it. When you click on it, I want you to keep it open the entire day. So what I mean by that is, once you open it on your browser, you can use the device that the Zoom is on. It will just kind of minimize your Zoom, okay? And then I want you to just keep that open all day, because sometimes if you close it out and try to go back in, it doesn't work. So go ahead and click the link that I put on the chat. This is a time if you kind of need a break, you need to stretch, go ahead and stretch. If you need to go to the bathroom, go ahead and go to the bathroom, because we're going to be working with the polling site a lot. So, you know, you can do that kind of wherever you need to be. You don't really need to look at the screen as much. Okay, has everyone opened it? Let me start it so that it will start on number 1. Let me know if it's working. Do you see anything? Okay, I see a lot of yeses. If anyone has any issues with the first question in terms of the polling site, then I'll put the question up the entire time. But if not, I'm just going to let you guys use the poll. So go ahead and use the poll. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. And Professor Rich, if you would like to use the poll and do the questions as well, you are more than welcome to participate. I'm going to give you 60 seconds and then we're going to go over the question, okay? Okay, time is up. Go ahead and put your last little question, little answer on there if you have not answered on the poll. The poll looked a little split, right? So we had about 65% say C, and then most of everyone else said A. So let's go ahead and go over the question together on the screen. Okay, so this is a long question. Okay, it's a long question. So you have to read the last sentence first. The best course of action for the social worker to take in this situation is to, okay? Best, let's talk about best. In the last sentence, there are many indicators: best, first, next, primary, and sometimes not, but typically you won't get a not. So best means that there could be multiple answers that are correct or good to do, but you want to do the best, okay? What does the book say we should do, basically, okay? So let's look at some of the key concepts, okay? So I'm going to go to the next slide that has the explanation. So the answer is C, which 70% of you guys got it right, okay? But a lot of people said A. Let me tell you how I process this, okay? So we have a 13-year-old, he feels isolated and has difficulty concentrating during class. That is what we call the presenting problem, okay? You are also a school social worker, and we're gonna talk about the different settings as well a little later. During the meeting, the client reveals that he has been in an intimate relationship with another teenage boy. The client is afraid to tell his parents and does not want them to know. So you kind of have to figure out what is the main issue in the question. And the main issue in the question is that the client is afraid to tell his parents and does not want them to know. So you're just meeting with the young man, okay? So you want to really figure out what's going on with the client, okay? So I eliminated, and everybody may eliminate different things, but I eliminated A and B. So most people picked A actually, but I eliminated A because it's not really, actually A is actually not true at all. Advise the youth that all of the information that is discussed in the session will be held in confidence. We cannot ever say that because we know that there are information when we have to report, right? So saying that all the information, whatever he discusses, will be held in confidence is actually not true, right? So it can be A. It's not going to be B because we haven't even dealt with what the client is feeling yet. So we don't want to schedule a family session. And also the client never said that he wanted to tell his parents. He just said he was afraid to tell his parents, right? So we have to really dig a little deeper with that before we talk about scheduling a family session. And then D for me was my distractor, but I got rid of D because safe sex is really not the focus of the question. It didn't talk about he had questions about it. It didn't even say that he's having sex. It just says he has an intimate relationship and he doesn't want to tell his parents. So you have to go based upon what's in the question. Okay, talk to me. What happened? Did you get it right? Did you get it wrong? Oh, you can't talk to me. Sorry, I forgot the chat was off. Talk to me. Did you get it right? Did you get it wrong? How you feeling with this one? Okay, you got it right. Okay, good. Do you see why it's not A? We have to deal with the youth's fears about telling his parents first. Okay. Good. Yes, I'm going to give you the 60-second time limit because when you divide 4 hours into 170, you have about a minute and a half. So if it gives you anxiety, I'm kind of glad because I want you to get used to being under that kind of pressure, but I want you to also get used to processing a little quicker. Not rushing, but processing a little quicker. Okay, let's go to number 2. I'm gonna take it off the screen because I just want you to use the poll. Everyone seems to be using the poll very well. So I'm gonna go to the next question. Okay, go ahead and wrap up your answers on the poll. Let's see how you did. Ooh, yes. I like it. I like it. Kiana, you might need to click the link again. So let me put the link back in just so you have it. Here's the link to the poll again. Okay, so guess what only really mattered? That one sentence. The social worker assists in understanding how her past experience influenced present actions. So the social worker's practice model is C, psychosocial. Remember, psycho anything is how does the past influence the present? Okay. So most people got it right. Sometimes client-centered sounds so social worky that you just want to pick it. But it just didn't fit the actions of the social worker. You kept changing your answer, and that's okay too, because you might just need to be a little bit more familiar with the different practice models. What is client-centered? What is crisis intervention? What is psychosocial? And what is behavioral? Because that information will help you. Yeah. It was a toss-up. Okay, it was a toss-up between what? What were you guys changing your answer from into? Oh, good, you were confident. C and D. Oh yes, behavioral. Okay, we gonna see. We gonna see. Yeah, and client-centered really just had nothing to do with the main thing that the social worker was doing. Okay, let's go to the next questions. Go to number 3. Kiana, let me know if that link helped you see the question. If not, I can put it on the screen. Hi, Nathan. I don't know if you just joined us, but we're actually doing a poll. So I'm going to put the poll in the chat box for you to go ahead and answer the practice question that we're doing. All right, guys, you heard the bell. Go ahead and wrap up your answering. I know that one was a little fast. I'm actually doing 45 seconds just so that I can get you to wrap it up a little. And this one was literally a split. It always is. Let's go over it. What kind of question is number 3? Oops, wrong way. Cultural, okay, maybe. Safety, yes. Definitely safety and like child abuse and neglect information, okay? So safety. Okay, so what should we do first? When you have a first question, what I want you to do is to put your answers in order from number 1 to number 4, okay? Then you're going to eliminate the 2 you would do last because it's asking you what you would do first, okay? And when you have a safety question, I actually want you to eliminate all of the information that is not a safety response. So a safety response means I'm going to do something immediately. And I'm responding to the safety concern. I don't care about engaging you anymore. I don't care about validating you. I don't care about building a rapport with you. I only care about the safety issue. Okay. And we looked at before that safety is child abuse and neglect. And later on today, we're going to also see that safety is suicide risk as well. Okay. So, my key this was a long one. So what are the key concepts? What safety concern did you see? For those that said safety, what was the safety concern? Yes, painful physical punishment. Yes, physical abuse. We think there may be some physical abuse. So remember what I said. Sometimes you need to report, sometimes you need to gather more information. So we kind of have to figure out which one. So actually, A and D are totally out. Assist the parents in exploring alternative modes of discipline. We have not addressed the safety concerns, so we cannot assist them to do anything right now. Okay, so that's out. D, help the daughter understand her parents' behavior as culturally appropriate. That was a distractor too, because it did say that she was an Asian American, right? But we know that with neglect, we are considerate of culture, but no matter what cultural beliefs you have, physical punishment could be abuse, right? So we want to investigate. I don't want to say investigate. We want to gather more information about the possible physical abuse. So we would not do D either because it's kind of like justifying it, and we might not want to justify what's going on. So the answer is actually going to be C. How did y'all do? Did you pick C? It was kind of a toss up. Okay, you got it right, finally. Okay, and the reason why, and some of you that were in my child abuse and neglect, my child welfare class, you've seen this already. But the reason why you don't report is because you don't have enough information. Painful physical punishment. That could be anything. That could be that he's pulling her hair. That could be pinching. That could be punching her in the face. We don't know what it is. Yes, we don't know what the actual punishment is. So we have to gather more information. So I also want you to write down that determine equals assess. So if it would have said attempt to assess the severity of the physical punishment, you might have picked it. So every time you see determine in the answer, I want you to replace it with assess because it's going to help you typically pick that answer. And most times it's the right answer. Okay, let's go to number 4. And then probably when we break for lunch, I do have 2 more for human behavior, but when we break for lunch, we'll kind of come back to it during the break. Okay, let's actually, yes, the Asian threw you off. I know it did. Let's do number 4 because this is also going to be a safety one. So let me do number 4. We're going to go a little quicker because we're at our time. All right, go ahead and wrap up your answer. Go ahead and pick it. What do you think it? Whoa. I mean, I see 100% on here. Well, all right, let's praise break. Yes, 100%. Everyone got it right. Yes, let's look at it real quick. Everyone got it right, so we can move on real quick. Okay, it's B. Why? Because it's very clear. We know the father's girlfriend is doing the abuse. She has burned the older boy. She has beaten them with a fly swatter and threatened to kill the younger boy. So that is clear. We know who it is and we know what it is. So you see the difference between the last question where we had no idea what physical punishment actually meant and this one when it gives us exactly what happened. And so we're just going to definitely just report that. Okay, great, great, great. Okay, like I said, we're going to finish up some more human behavior during the lunch break. But now it's actually come to the point where we want to go ahead and talk about safety and ethics. I'm going to ask my illustrious facilitator, do we want to give a little break or do you want to just keep going? Oh, look at you.
I think that you guys can take a moment to stretch while we're in transition, while I get up the slides. And I think we can keep going. That way we can enjoy our lunch break and not have to be rushed through this. I think we're really doing good on time. Kudos to Dr. Boone, because whoever has trained with Dr. Boone, y'all know she don't play about the information. And sometimes she be having us a little behind schedule. But can we just, big it up for Dr. Boone today? She's on schedule. Bravo. So I'm just going to share my screen here, get us together, and you guys can take the time that you need. Okay, and all right. So we are getting ready to discuss the ethics portion, which also covers safety, professional relationships. It's one of my favorite things to teach because it's easy. And when I say it's easy, this portion of the exam is about 25% of the questions that you will see on the exam. All of the questions come straight from the Code of Ethics. This is a test of how well you know the Code of Ethics, right? And I always say that this part is a game changer in your exam, because if you can ace the ethics portion of the exam, you've given yourself a leg up. So and also the information here is probably a little more straightforward than in other sections of the exam. And so what I always suggest that students do is print the entire code of ethics, read it all the way through at least 2 to 3 times, with the last time being about 72 hours before you take the exam. You really want to capitalize on this portion of the exam. And so, like Dr. Boone mentioned earlier, the exam is not to trick you. It really is a straightforward, linear, black and white exam. Please do not allow your anxiety to tell you anything different. Please do not allow anyone who took it and failed to tell you anything different. It really is black and white. And so in the ethics portion, the focus really is, number one, do you know exact procedures? Do you know exactly what the code of ethics says about how to handle particular situations and or dilemmas? The next thing is, do you know the spirit of the code? Because everything can't be highlighted in the code of ethics. It's just a guide. But do you know how to act professionally, with integrity, and how to uphold the profession when the procedures are not exactly clear? So it's exact procedures and then the spirit of the code. And that's why I say you need to read the whole thing so that you get a gist of what should be expected. The other thing about learning the code of ethics is that it's not only going to be beneficial to the ethical portion, but it's also going to be beneficial for you to know the code of ethics when you are looking at direct practice questions. It's going to set the foundation for how you see and answer those questions. So all in all, this portion is going to be big time. It's going to be easy. It's probably for you to learn because it's sort of compact. And I always suggest that students actually start studying this portion first because it gives you a good boost of confidence that you can get the rest of the information. Okay, so what we've taken the opportunity to do, even though I've just told you to read the entire code of ethics, is to highlight some sections that we feel like are definitely going to appear on the exam. These are sections that you need to go over. What is the song say? You need to check your list and look at the list and check it twice. These are the sections that you want to go over multiple times just to make sure that you are clear about what's in these sections. And so these are your ethical obligations according to the code of ethics, right? We have an ethical obligation to our client first. Above everything, you have an ethical obligation to your client. That section is going to cover self-determination, payment, confidentiality, things like that. Then we have an ethical obligation to our colleagues. That's going to discuss sexual conduct, again, confidentiality, and impairment of colleagues. And so, yeah, we'll talk about that. Also, we have an ethical responsibility in practice settings, supervision, client records, and client transfers, how we handle those things. We have an ethical responsibility as a professional. And so that part talks about fraud and private conduct. That's a section that is probably not going to be so much on the exam. However, you do need to understand that the social work profession really requires the highest level of integrity than most professionals. And our code of ethics even talks about how our private conduct should not put us in a position to not be able to do our work effectively. So watching what we're posting on social media, how that may impact our clients, whether or not our page is public or private, all of those kinds of things are highlighted in the code of ethics. It talks about also billing fraud and things like that. We also have an ethical responsibility to the profession. So not just as a professional, but to the profession. And that talks about primarily how we conduct research, our obligation around social justice and things like that. And then lastly, our obligation to the broader society. And that is how we respond in public emergencies and again, political action. That section is not as strong on the LMSW exam either. And so you'll see sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 highlighted here as those major content areas. Okay, so let's talk about, this is a slide that I want you to take a look at, and perhaps we'll go back to it if we have time, but let me talk about the things that we want to hit. Okay, so responsibility to your client. Here's where you want to keep in mind self-determination. I think we've heard self-determination enough to sort of know what self-determination is, but if we don't, I'm going to go over it again. Also, Dr. Boone, if you are here, I can't see my chat, so if there are questions, please stop me and I will address them. Self-determination is basically the right for your client to do what they want to do. We need to be supporting our clients in all cases to achieve what they want to achieve. Typically, the example that's going to be on the exam is you have an elder client, or you have a client who is in the hospital and they're getting ready to be discharged. Their family wants them to be discharged to a nursing care facility, an assisted living home, but your patient wants to go home to their house. They do not appear to be challenged in any other way except physically. They're in a good mind. What do? As a social worker, being aware of our need to affirm our client's self-determination, we would need to find them resources and a way to stay in their home. Let me know if that makes sense. Self-determination, do what your client wants as long as your client is in their right mind. And yes, that's the length and width of that. So when you're looking at questions around ethical responsibilities, you always want to be centering the need of your client above your own need, above anybody else's need. We also have a duty to warn, right? So we talked about our centering our clients' needs, right? Well, sometimes our clients want us to be quiet and not say anything. So duty to warn is a principle that we have that comes from the Tarasoff versus Regents case. And this is in the case of a homicidal ideation or homicidal planning. So let's say your client says, I'm going to, when I leave here out of this session, I'm going to kill my girlfriend. You have the duty to, and they have, not just saying it flippantly, right? Because clients will say all kinds of things to you. If you're in the field, you already know, we've heard some things, right? But if they say, I'm going to kill my girlfriend, they have enough ammunition in terms of they're angry enough. We can see, that they clearly could carry this out. We've done a thorough assessment. We've asked them, how do you plan to do this? Do you have access to the resources that you need to carry this out? When are you going to do this? And they have given you this information and they seem very like they're going to carry this out, then we have the duty to warn. Duty to warn means you are going to contact your local authority, which would be 911. You're going to inform them of your role as a mandated reporter. You're going to give them your information, as well as you're going to contact the person or make attempts to contact the person that they've said they're going to hurt. That is our duty to warn. Also in that, you want to be aware of, even though we talked about centering the client's needs above your own and above any other third party, right? Oftentimes questions will be asked on the exam. Let's say a client talks to you about something that you are also interested in, right? Which can cause countertransference, right? Meaning that we have some sort of emotional reaction connection with the client that causes us to go above and beyond the clinical nature of our relationship. You need to be aware of issues of transference and countertransference. How is the client looking at you? How are you looking at and relating to the client? I also wanted to talk about, maybe it's in here. Okay, yes, conflicts of interest, dual relationships, and communication. So generally a conflict of interest is anything that would put you in relationship to, anything that would put you in a position to gain by having a relationship with this client. If you feel like you're going to be compromised at any level by working with this client, that will constitute a conflict of interest. You cannot, in good integrity, practice with this client. How do we respond to a conflict of interest or a multiple relationships? We need to acknowledge to the client there is a conflict of interest, or because we have another relationship, I cannot work with you in a therapeutic relationship or in a working, helping relationship, and I need to refer you to someone else. So you want to avoid conflicts of interest at all costs. Dual relationships mean exactly what it says. I can only have a therapeutic relationship or a helping relationship with this client. I cannot have any other kind of relationship with them. They cannot be serving me anyway. I cannot be their boss in another job. And because where we live is so, we say 2 degrees of separation, right? This may happen often. Not only does it mean with them, but perhaps people that are close to them. You want to avoid that relationship at all costs. When it comes to communication using technology, you want to try to avoid those kinds of communications in general. If you are using text communication, you want to have your client consent to receiving text information. And also, the technology question on the LMSW exam is usually going to be around encryption. When information is sent via email, we want to make sure that it is encrypted so that we can protect the client information. That is always going to be the answer. I want to make sure. Okay, great. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so privacy and confidentiality. Oh, let me go back to multiple and dual relationships. Social work. Once a client, always a client. Once a client, always a client. I don't care if it's 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I don't care if the client is dead. Once a client, always a client. That means that all rules still apply. Privacy and confidentiality. One of the things we have to talk about with privacy and confidentiality is, of course, how we maintain information. That means information about clients should not be shared in hallways, right? That usually comes up on the exam. Should not be shared in open public spaces. It also means that you shouldn't be sharing information with colleagues without consent. What else? I'm trying to think what else comes up on the exam with confidentiality. Oh, of course, records should not be left and publicly exposed, like it should be in locked files, locked cabinets. Again, this information is very straightforward, you guys. Also, when we talk about confidentiality, we need to talk about when is it appropriate to disclose information, when we have consent from the client. This comes up a lot, the difference between a subpoena and a court order, because the exam, again, will ask you a question or mention that a court order was sent to the clinician or a subpoena was sent to the clinician. What is highlighted in teal are things that should stick out to you, things that you should put a pin in as you are studying and be able to spit out. I usually say to my students, if you are not able to spit out the information, you are not ready to take the exam. You need to be able, I don't know, I know this is Founders Day for AKAs, and I think yesterday or the day before we had Deltas. I'm not in the Divine Nine, so I'm not sure, but if you ever recall being online, if you've never been online, but you watch Drumline, or any other, show like that, you understand, or A Different World, depending on what generation you're in, you might watch A Different World, the pledging episode. You need to be able to spit out the information just like that. It will give you the confidence you need to go into the exam and really not allow that anxiety that you might have to take over, because all of us, whether you have an anxiety issue or not, will experience some level of anxiety when we're going into the testing space. That was my soapbox. So back to subpoenas and court orders. Subpoenas and court orders are things that we can be sent as clinicians requesting legal information for a court case that one of our clients may be involved in. What you need to know about a subpoena is that it is not a court order, but that it should be responded to. So the difference between a court order and a subpoena is that a subpoena should be responded to, while a court order must be responded to, right? Also, the other thing is with a subpoena, you can respond completely or you can claim client privilege. And then with the court order, you can respond completely or request accommodations. So you do not have to just automatically give up information because it was requested by subpoena or court order. You have the ability to respond based upon what you think is in the best interest of the client. Remember, because that is our ethical responsibility, the client's needs. So if I get a court order requesting the entirety of my client's record, but I feel like it's going to put my client in a bad light, then I can ask the court, when I get the order, I can send a written request asking that the court limit the order to as narrow as possible. So maybe I only want to send whether or not the client has been compliant with medication, whether or not she's attended, how many sessions she's attended, but I'm not going to talk about necessarily her diagnosis. I'm not going to talk about what kind of medication she's on. I need to request that in writing to the court. And also, I need to put that in writing and maintain that in the client's record. I want to talk about, before we talk about that, I want to talk about informed consent. Informed consent is making sure that your client understands the who, what, when, where, and how of the treatment services that they are receiving. You should go to every length to make sure they understand that. You should give them the documentation. You should ask them, what do you understand about the consents? Do you have any questions? There are times that your client, for different reasons, won't be able to really give consent. The first reason is because they have a limited learning capacity. In that case, they should have an advocate, and you need to engage that advocate to make sure they understand the information. In another case, it may be a language barrier. In that case, you should use a trained professional interpreter. You should not be using a relative, a friend, a child. That's usually the case that's going to come up on the exam. The answer to that is a trained professional interpreter. We're not using family members, relatives, friends. Also, something that's going to come up is on the exam is the questions around competence of the social worker. That someone comes to you asking you to perform a service that you do not understand, that you've never been trained in, right? Do what you've been trained to do. That's competence. Anything outside of what you've been trained to do, what you need to do is refer out. You need to say, I'm unable to do this, but here's a referral to someone who can. Also, there's going to be a question as it relates to competence around diversity, right? Do you understand the client's culture and how to respond to them based on their culture, right? Always the answer is to ask them the meaning of whatever they're talking about because of their culture. So what does this mean to you? How does this play out in your culture? That is the appropriate and ethical response. Payment for services. This is pretty straightforward. Payment for services should be reasonable. We should not be exchanging money with clients for any other reason except payment for services. There is no bartering in most cases, except in the instance of section 1.13 that talks about bartering in the case where it is a reasonable practice to do so in a very rural environment, and that is the way it's done. But by and large, bartering is inappropriate. Also, payment for services, the question is going to come up around termination. Can I terminate a client because of non-payment? The answer to that is yes. If the client is stable, is not demonstrating any psychiatric instability, they are not going to be a threat to themselves or to others, and you have had a discussion around payment for services, but they continue to not pay you, then yes, we can terminate on those grounds. I wanted to address too, when we're talking about confidentiality, some caveats or some things that you guys need to keep in mind. A part of our informed consent is talking about confidentiality. The fact that what you say to me is kept in confidence, with the exception that, right? We need to let them know what the limits of that confidentiality is, right? So some of the limits around confidentiality are number one, when they are a threat to themselves or others. When they are a threat to others, that's duty to warn, right? And we need to let them know, we need to follow that procedure as a mandated reporter. When they are a threat to others or themselves, we also might need to call 911. And we let them know that up front, right? That if you say you are a threat to someone else or to yourself, that's when our confidentiality is off the table and I have the duty to intervene and do something. Also, in the case of child abuse and neglect, like Dr. Boone discussed earlier, I cannot hold in confidence that a child has been abused or neglected, or that you have abused a child or neglected a child. That's when confidentiality comes off the table. Also, in the case of elder abuse, confidentiality is off the table. When you're working with 2 or more clients, we also need to have a conversation around the limitation of confidentiality. You need to let them know that I'm going to keep this information in confidence, but you're in a group with 6 other people. There's a possibility that someone else in this group may take your business outside of this group. You need to let them know that information as well. As it relates to colleague conduct, right? The exam is going to ask you basically about your knowledge around following the chain of command. I hope that many of you are doing this in your own lives anyway, so that it will be a natural transition. That if you observe a colleague who is acting unethically, that you go to that colleague first, and that you ask them to change their behavior. And if they do not change the behavior, then your next step is the supervisor. You want them to address the situation. If it's not addressed, the behavior continues, then you go to the ethical board of the agency that you work with. If it's still not addressed, the behavior continues, then that's when you go to the National Ethics Board. You never go directly to the National Ethics Board. There is a chain of command. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. And I'm gonna ask you guys, I see that you have questions here. Do you all have any more questions about ethics or anything that I mentioned before we move to the questions portion? Okay, fantastic. I think we're doing good on time. Remember, read the Code of Ethics several times. Look at those highlighted sections that we highlighted on that second slide, and you will do perfect. So let's move into the questions portion. I'm going to share my screen again. So question number 1, I'll give you time to get back to your Kahoot. Is it up, Dr. Boone?
Yes, it's up.
Okay, perfect. Are you going to keep time for us, or should I?
You can keep time, and then I can let you know what the results are.
Great. So you guys have additional time on number 1. I'm going to start the time now. Okay, do we have results?
We have 80% that says C. Oh, I'm sorry, I changed. 65% that says C, 17% said B, and 15% said A.
Okay, let's see what we have here. Had a mixed crowd. We had a mixed crowd. The correct answer is highlighted, and the correct answer is C. How are you feeling about that? Hold on, y'all. Okay, so in order to answer this question, let me ask you, what ethical principle is this question testing for? If you, yes, absolutely, duty to warn. And we are eliminating A and B because they are unwarranted breaches of confidentiality. And we don't need to consult in this situation, right? It's very clear. Duty to warn, safety. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. So you see why Dr. Boone and I say you need both the strategy and you need to know the content together, not just one or the other. And please believe me, if your plan is just to study questions, you're taking a gamble with your $400. Don't do that. Okay? Let's go to question number 2. Okay. How are we looking with this answer? What answer is the correct answer? Do we have answers, guys?
We had 84% say D, and then 6% said A, and 9% said B. So most people.
Okay. So the correct answer is D. Someone said, I don't feel like I have enough information from the question. Okay, let's go over it really quickly. So if we were using the liked method, right? Always discuss first, then terminate. Yes. So if we were using the like method, it would go something like this. According to the ethical standards, this is literally how you're going to read it when you're in the exam room. Do not change the strategy. Do not feel like you got it. Follow the course, okay? According to the ethical standards of social work practice, what is the social worker's best response? In my mind, I'm going to say, okay, this is an ethics question, so I can bring back to my mind all the ethics information that I have studied, and then I'm going to read the question. A social worker engages in therapy sessions with a client, with a fee-for-service client. After paying the entire amount requested and on time for the first 8 sessions, the client begins to make either partial payments or no payments at all. The social worker determines that the client poses no threat, no danger to self or others. According to ethical standards of social work practice, what is the social worker's best response? A, continue to work on achieving treatment goals. B, suspend services until the client has gone up on all financial obligations, has caught up on all financial obligations. C, terminate services after the 4th incident of insufficient or non-payment. D, terminate services if debt persists after a discussion of financial obligations. So I've read the question completely. I've read through the responses completely. Then I'm going to highlight the key concepts. What is happening in this scenario? I have a fee-for-service client. They made payments, but then they stopped making payments, right? They stopped making payments or either partial payments, no payments at all. I'm looking at the fact that the client is not a danger to themselves. Okay, what does the code of ethics say about payment? I'm going to recall that to my mind. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to eliminate 2 wrong answers. For me, I would have eliminated B first, suspend services until the client is caught up. We're not going to suspend services because it is against the law. That sounds like abandonment to me. It's against the law to abandon your client. You can be sued. We don't do that. It is not centering the client's needs or interests, and it could potentially harm a client. So I'm going to eliminate that off the bat. Then I'm going to go to A and eliminate that, continue to work on achieving treatment goals because it ignores the problem at hand. The problem is the client has begun to make either partial payments or no payments at all. I've not addressed the problem that the question brings to the forefront. Then I'm left with C or D. Terminate services after the 4th incident of insufficient or non-payment, or D, terminate services if debt persists after a discussion of financial obligations. Well, we know we're going to terminate, so C is our distractor. After the 4th incident, that doesn't even make sense to me because as Monica said, that solution didn't give me enough information. After the 4th incident, what's so significant about the 4th incident? Who knows? But terminate services if debt persists after a discussion is the most full answer based upon what the code of ethics says. That we need to have a discussion with the client, give them the opportunity to, perhaps pay everything right then and there and say, okay, then we're going to terminate you. Hopefully that was a better way for you to see how you can process the question. And if you feel like you don't have enough information, it's because you probably have the tendency to read more information into the question. Only take what they give you. Perfect. Okay, let's go to question number 3, and the timer starts now. Okay, that was a fast 60 seconds. Sheesh. How are we looking, Dr. Boone?
We have 80% with D, 16% with B, and 2% with A.
Okay. If you answered D, you answered this correctly. The ethical principle that this is testing for is your responsibility to your client. Are you able to center the needs of your client only? Are you able to stay focused on the client problem? And because the client need is the focus, the biggest connection that you should be making here in this question is the client is coming to you for social anxiety specifically, right? And they're telling you that they're about to join this group, this community group, and protest. So what does that mean for the client? The other answers have nothing to do with the client. A, explain why the protest is necessary. That has nothing to do with the client's problem of social anxiety. Advise the chemical plant about the protest. That's none of your business. This is about you and your client, right? It's about your client. Explore other ways to advocate for policy changes. You may end up doing that, but would it be before or after you discuss, right? It would be after you actually discuss the pros and cons. I hope you're feeling good. Don't be discouraged. Keep at it and you will start to see a pattern and it'll start to be muscle memory. Okay, so question number 4, timer starts now. Okay. Let's go over question number 4.
We had a split between B and D.
Okay.
Pretty even split.
I like it. I like a split between B and D. If you answer B, you are correct. And D was the distracted. That means even if you chose D, you were very close to the answer. You probably just needed a little piece here. So this question is, of course, the ethical responsibility to your client, specifically around confidentiality, but also to as a professional, right? Because under ethical responsibility as a professional, it talks about how you have to basically be in alignment with your agency goals and policies. So you need to be able to know both of those sections in order to answer this question. Let's say you didn't know those 2 sections, right? Something that would have given it away for me was the setting. So your setting is always going to be a part of your key concepts. So it says a social worker at a mental health clinic. Mental health clinic would have already put me in the mindset that this is a bureaucracy. So I don't make decisions in and of myself, right? I have to consult someone. As they say, it's above me now, right? I have to consult someone above me. And so the correct answer is to discuss the subpoena with the agency's legal counsel. After I do that, then I might talk to my client and say, hey, this is what happened. What's your thought? Can I get your consent? Anybody have any questions about that? I think we were pretty close, so we can move forward with that. Okay, question number 5, timer starts now. Okay. So before we answer this question, the question was, what if the client does not give consent? Number one, you guys, this group is so good. Y'all are so good because this is the first time that I've had to say this, and it's 12:15. The last group we did, I probably said this 5 times to 20 times already. The test is very straightforward and linear. It's never going to give you this kind of example where it's so unclear about what to do, right? So in real life, if my client does not give consent to a request for records, then I would need to let them know. We would have to negotiate. We would have to have a conversation because they could be assuming that I have to give all the records, and I could talk about what we're able to give, what we're able to do. That's what would happen in real life. But for the sake of the exam, there's never going to be a question. I'm gonna say 99.9% never going to be a question that puts you in that situation. It's going to be very clear cut. Okay, let's go to number 5. What kind of answers did we have for number 5?
So we had a split as well. A got 50%, C got 40%, and we had 9% for B.
Okay, let's see here. If you chose C, you are correct. Here's why you are correct, okay? The first thing you should have paid attention to was this key concept. They are recent graduates and they feel overwhelmed, right? If you are a recent graduate and you feel overwhelmed, you always want to make good use of supervision. Then your supervisor will advise you on what is next. So congratulations if you chose C. When in doubt, get supervision. If the answer choices include supervision, make sure you look at it twice. Okay, number 6, I believe this might be, no, we have 2 more to go. So number 6, timer starts now. Okay, that's the time. How are we looking?
We had 85% say D, and 12% said B as in boy.
Okay. Congratulations to those of you all who chose D as the best option. Here's the thing about transferring the client, right? Transferring the client is our last resort because we have a commitment to the client. We want to maintain continuity. However, in this question, it looks like the social worker has done everything they were supposed to do. They have engaged supervision, and there's still no improvement. So the best option is to transfer the client to another therapist. And we always want to transfer the client within the agency when possible, again, for continuity. This is why D is the answer.
I'm sorry, Professor Lewis. I froze the chat last time just because people were putting their answers in. I didn't want for them to put the answers in prematurely, but I forgot to open it back up for the last question. So if anybody has any further questions or any issues with the last two that we did, go ahead and put it in the chat box.
No problem. So the answer to number 5, what are we gonna do first? We want to obtain supervision. Yes, so it will take practice, right? So I think what gives it away in this question. Good. Okay, Dr. Boone will she has so many tips on when to obtain supervision. And I think the thing that gives it away that you might be perhaps glazing over is the strategy. Follow the model, identify the key concepts. Sometimes the questions can have so much information in them, like this one, that it's hard to really remember the key concepts. Another tip, if you are a visual learner, when you go into the testing center, they will give you a whiteboard and a whiteboard and a dry erase marker. What I did in the exam is I wrote down my key concepts shorthand because I needed to be able to look back at the key concepts in a list to say, okay, this is what this question is asking me about. It could have a lot of information in it, but when you follow the like strategy, you will be able to clearly see what they're actually asking you, because none of that information on the screen matters except that they were recently graduated and she feels overwhelmed. Yeah, if you're a visual learner, I'm your girl because I'm definitely visual. So I have all the tips. We are on question number 7. So when I went in, I wrote down the like method. So I wrote down the actual strategy. Also, as I was reading through questions, I would write down my key concepts because I needed to look at them, like I said, in a list rather than in paragraph form, because sometimes what's in the paragraph is fluffed information. But I needed to be able to write down my key concepts so I could say, this is what they're asking me, and then, answer accordingly. The other thing I did was write down Erik Erikson and Freud, because oftentimes the questions in human behavior and that portion, they will ask you to overlap the two concepts. So I wrote down the stages and so that I could see where they overlap, so I didn't have to think about it. So the poll is ready for question number 7, and I'm going to start the timer now.
Oh, wait, maybe not. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not going to start the timer then.
Okay, I got the right question now.
All right, timer starts now. Question number 7, how are we looking? This is a juicy one.
Is 94% C, and a couple said A, a couple said D, but mostly C.
Good job. Okay. Beautiful. To the 94% of you who got this correct, we are going to transfer the client to a colleague. We don't need to process the issue because we know that it's a problem. There's nothing to process. I done been with you, sir. We can't do this, right? Dual relationships. It is challenging, or not challenging, but testing your understanding of dual relationships and what the code of conduct says around that. To deny the relationship occurred is unethical. We're not going to do that. Request a transfer to a different department. We're not going to do that because remember, I talked about in the couple of questions back that for continuity, we need to transfer within the agency. So we shouldn't tell them why we're trying. This question didn't ask first. It didn't ask what to do first. And then the second thing I would say is this doesn't, so process the issue with the client really doesn't give me enough information to say that I'm going to tell him, no, we can't work together. Because the question is really about dual relationships. We cannot have a dual relationship. If it said, tell the client that you can't see them because it's a dual relationship, I might have chose that, but process the issue just doesn't give me enough information. It's clear though in C that we can't work with this client. So don't, again, don't give the information, don't give the question more information than what it's given you, which is a natural tendency, but try to turn that natural tendency off. D, because I was in my, don't be in your feelings when you are taking the exam, guys. Be in that code, okay? Be in that code of ethics and know what it says. That's why I think you should read it. Again, read it all the way through. Follow the strategy in terms of reading the questions, because the questions are typically testing you on a concept. It is not anything except that one concept. And by you identifying those key concepts, all roads will lead to one thing. When you write it down, when you see it, all roads will lead to that one thing. You are always resolving the ethical issue. It's black and white. Exactly. I love that. You guys have been fantastic this morning. We are getting ready to take a 30-minute break. If you have questions, comments, concerns, please drop them in the chat box because we will be able to read through them. And when we come back, we will start by answering your questions. We'll also start by, I believe Dr. Boone was supposed to address the anxiety and things that she and I were able to do to help resolve some of that. And yeah, so go grab something to eat, take a break. Okay, yeah, sure. Take a break and we will be back at 12:50 if you want to hear the answer to the questions.
Okay, go ahead and finish up on the poll. Let me see how you did. Okay, we have a little split. We have most people said D, but we did have people that said B and C. So let's go over this one. And this one was actually about grief and loss. And sometimes with grief and loss, sometimes we forget that grief and loss is not just okay. It's not just death. Even though it says grief and loss, it's not just death. There are other types of loss. And so the loss issue was actually the retirement. So if you didn't recognize that retirement is a type of loss, not being able to go to your job every day, not being able to have something to do, you have less to do. And she also feels isolated because her friends can't socialize because they're probably older and not able to be with her. So she was socializing mostly at work. So now she has a loss. So it says first, so you want to put it in order. And anytime it gives you what to start with, help the client manage finances, advocate for the client, it's giving you things that you want to do. You want to feelings first. Yes. Yes. Feelings first, Nathan. So when you think about first, it's a couple of things I want you to think about. There are other acronyms out there that you guys probably may be familiar with if you've been studying, but safety is first. So you just want to make sure it's not a safety question. And safety questions are going to be in the answer, like report, inform, notify the police. Those are safety responses. Assessment first. We're going to talk about that. Professor Lewis is going to have questions about assessment first, and then feelings first. Those are like the three kind of first. There's some other things you do first as well that we're going to talk about with Professor Lewis. So we have to check in with feelings. Anytime it says check in with feelings, talk to the client, check in with the client, it's not going to say that, but it represents that, right? You want to go with that first. So before you prioritize her needs, because she does have a lot of needs, because she's also worried about bills, she needs to get her medication. She's going through a lot. So prioritizing her needs is good. But anytime it talks about checking in with the client, talking to the client about what they want to start with, or checking in with their feelings, you're always going to pick that. Yes. Stabilize. So this is what I mean by the question. You've never seen the question before. This is what's going to happen on a test. You've never seen the question before. It's going to ask you, what should you do first? And this is how you get through all types of questions. It's not going to say normalize the client's feelings next time. It'll say something different. But what it represents is talking to the client about how they feel, or talking to the client about how they would like to proceed in treatment. Like which problem would they like to start with first? That's going to be the answer every time. So it's not that we can give you all of the responses, but you have to look and see, what do these answers represent? Okay, let's go to 6, and then we'll catch back up, and we are going to start with direct practice. I know the break went really quickly, but I wanted to make sure we did go over these human behavior concepts. And grief and loss is human behavior as well. Okay, go ahead and answer your question on the poll. Let's see how you did. Oh, it was a split. It was just a kind of a three-way split almost between A, B, and C. So This is the example I wanted to go back over the Pavlov, the is that operant? No, classical conditioning and the dogs and things like that. Okay. So we have a client, she's a cancer survivor. Throwing up. What is that? Throwing up every time either she has chemo or throwing up as the hospital. What is that? Is that a stimulus or a response? Which one is it? Yes, it's a response. So her throwing up for chemotherapy is going to be the unconditioned response. Her throwing up because she goes to the hospital every time is the conditioned response. Same response, different stimulus. Okay. So the chemotherapy would actually be the unconditioned stimulus because it's natural. When you get chemotherapy, you throw up. The conditioned stimulus, which is the answer, is the hospital, because the hospital is kind of like an association with chemotherapy. She goes to the hospital every time she gets chemotherapy. So now she doesn't even need to get chemotherapy, which she hasn't in the last year, but she has the same reaction just by being in the hospital, right? Because she's getting triggered, right? She's triggered from when she had to come to get chemotherapy. So that now becomes the conditioned stimulus. What y'all think? Does that make any sense at all? Any light bulbs better? Okay. Ooh, light bulbs. Yes, perfect, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and let Professor Lewis take over. The difference between conditioned and unconditioned is a natural response, and conditioned is a response that happens over time or a stimulus that kind of is paired with the unconditioned stimulus. So in this example, it's chemotherapy and the hospital. The hospital just automatically is paired with the chemotherapy. So it becomes the conditioned stimulus. I no longer respond to naturally to the chemotherapy. It's conditioned. Now that I go to the hospital all the time, now I have the same reaction with that condition versus just the natural response. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, let's get it going. Before we start moving to direct practice and other fun stuff, I don't know if we talked about this, but in relationship to anxiety, right? One thing about anxiety is that it hits you the worst when you don't know what to expect. And going into the testing center, if you have not taken the test already, I'm sure Dr. Boone covers this in the pre-work videos, but they are gonna ask you to take off any kind of clothing that is extra, like a jacket or anything like that. So you wanna, if you know you are a person who's always cool, you wanna make sure that you are layered without the jacket, layered underneath. And you just wanna make sure you understand what to expect once you get into the testing site. One of the things that happened to me, hilarious, but when I went to take the clinical exam, I had a head wrap on because I had spent the last week studying like mad. And so my hair was a hot mess. The man asked me, was my head wrap because of some religion? And I wanted to say yes so bad because I knew my hair was a hot mess underneath. But I also knew that I needed the help of my higher power and I did not want to offend him with a lie. So I had to take my head wrap off, but it caused me some momentary anxiety because I was like, these people are gonna be looking at me like I'm crazy. So know what to expect when you get into the exam. That will help to minimize some anxiety for you. You don't want anything throwing you off. than what is already happening in you biologically, because you will have to take one of the biggest exams of your career. The other thing I suggest is that you take the exam fully in one sitting. I know that, like we're doing now, we're doing 10 questions, 7 questions, and you might be doing it with ease, but it's a completely different. Yes, it's similar to airport security. You're correct. You want to sit down and give yourself a 4-hour time slot and simulate as much as possible what it will be like for you to take the exam. Some people are tripped up, not because they don't know the strategy, not because they don't know the content, but they don't realize how much stamina it takes for you to sit through 150, 170 questions back to back to back and get them correct. Yes, exactly. Just having to go through that whole thing, to lie or not to lie, was a whole dilemma in and of itself. So had I been prepared better, maybe I would not have had to deal with that stress. But sit down, take the whole exam for 4 hours, figure out how your body responds to answering 170 questions all at once without taking a break. That will help to relieve some of the anxiety. Also, sometimes a small something in your pocket, a rock or something, can help. You might want to also, actually they actually empty your pocket. So actually you want to practice some visualization. Can you take yourself to a place that you need to go while being in another place, right? You want to start practicing that now. You do not want to wait till the week of the exam to start practicing visualization. But when you are stressed, can you close your eyes and go to the beach? Can you close your eyes and go wherever you hear waves of water? Practice it now. I know it sounds foo-foo, but when you get in that exam and you spent your money, you want to have practiced all the foo-foo stuff that you think might not work. You need it to work in that moment. So go ahead and start practicing some visualization. The headsets will take, yes, yep. That can certainly help you as well. I did not want to use headsets because I just slightly germaphobe, but let's go to direct practice. Also, one of my favorite things to talk about. Okay, so for direct practice, again, it's like all the other sections. This is also, I think, one of, oh, why did I do that? Come on, internet. Okay. But when you get the concept, when you get how to answer the question, you can move through with ease. So with direct practice, there's one thing that we want to talk about, that we want to focus on, and that is how well you know the generalist practice model, right? So what we learned about in ethics is going to set a foundation. And what you know about generalist practice model is really going to give you a heads up in answering these questions. Okay, for some reason, it won't allow me to put it on present. Dr. Boone, would you like to share your screen, or would you like me to continue to go this way?
I can share my screen.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So this is about how well you know the generalist practice model. And I know that all of us have learned this in undergraduate school, if you have a BSW, but it's really important for you to understand the phases of treatment. Because as you read the question, and each question you will be able to identify what phase of treatment we are in and where we need to go next. It will greatly inform how you answer these questions. So of course, the first stage Okay, so if you do not have an undergrad in social work, then this is new information to you, and it's going to be helpful nonetheless for you to, again, kind of put it in your brain. For those of us who did, we probably have a leg up because you remember at least some portions of it, right? So the first step, of course, is engagement, and in the engagement stage is usually when you're first meeting a client. You're going to be focusing on building trust and rapport. The social worker is going to be very actively involved. And they're going to be using their listening and exploring skills. So on the exam, you will see things like small talk, relating to the client, universalizing the problem, expressing empathy, and discussing feelings. You want to get those words and phrases connected to engagement in your brain. When you think about engagement, you want to be thinking about those things. I'm first seeing the client. How can I relate to the client? How can I make small talk, make connections with the client, show empathy, and sort of joining, right, with the client. Then the second stage is the assessment stage. And this is where you're going to shift from connection necessarily to now gathering information using your interviewing skills and using your assessment skills along with specific instruments and techniques. As it relates to assessments, there are really main ones that are covered on the exam. That is the biopsychosocial is covered, and then assessment tools. I'm sure that's in your larger packet with the more extensive information, but the test is usually going to cover like the Rorschach Inkblot exam, the Beck anxiety, the Beck depression, just major assessment tools, not all the small ones. And then a note on that, I would say, make sure that you know which exams social workers do versus which exams psychiatrists or psychologists do. That's a big thing as it relates to the exam category. When we're talking about assessment, we're going to be looking at words like assess, ask, clarify, determine, identify. All of these things here that you see are going to be cues or triggers for this is the assessment phase. We can go to the next one. Then we have planning. In the planning stage, we are focused on developing goals with the client, not for the client, right? And so in order to develop goals with the client, we clearly need to have discussions. We need to get clarity. We need to talk about what these goals mean to them, what the client wants, because again, going back to ethics and values, self-determination is a primary focus for us with our client. And then we also develop the action plan, right, during the planning stage. So we plan before we intervene. We're going to check in with the client about their perspective because we're developing goals with the client, not for the client. We're going to help them break down their goals because oftentimes they're coming with multiple issues. Our job is to help them to break down, or what we call partializing the problem. And then we're also going to discuss expectations in the planning stage. Then we move to intervention, and that is where we actually put in a service or a method to help the client overcome or treat the problem area. So this is where we are mobilizing resources to actually implement the plan that we created. This is where we come up with strategies and things like this, things for the client to do in order to actually meet the goals that we set in the planning stage. So interventions could include refer for service, and intervention is also like to educate to refer. So to refer for services, to educate, or to use a particular technique, that could also be an intervention. And when I say a particular technique, let's say the client has a trauma history, then you might want to use Gestalt, right? A Gestalt method or empty chair method to help the client express their feelings about their mother or whoever hurt them. So SMART, I'm sure all of you have heard of SMART. SMART would be incorporated in that planning stage. It's how we set goals. We want to make sure that our clients' goals are written out in a SMART method. And I don't know if you will see the actual term SMART, but you will see the you will see the words. You might not see the acronym, but you will see the words being specific, time specific, and all the other ones that I cannot recall right now. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so then stage 5 is evaluation. This is focused on how well your client is or is not meeting the goals that were set during that planning stage. And speaking of this, one of the things that comes up is, when do we evaluate and assess, right? We're constantly assessing and evaluating. From the time we see the client, we first see the client, to the time that they are terminated, we are constantly assessing and evaluating. Also, the one question that comes up as it relates to termination and evaluation, right? Do we terminate a client once they've reached 100% of their goals? No, we can terminate with a client once they've reached 80% of their goals, if that's what we wanted to do, because no client really is going to reach 100% of their goals. So there may be a question that comes up about that, and you just want to know that. When I say 100% of their goals, fully and completely, they're not going to reach them in a fully actualized manner. But are they stable and have they reached 80% of their goals at least? Then they may be a candidate for termination. And you want to pay attention again to the words that are used for each check to describe each section. And so on the test, you may have to clarify the client's understanding of the task if they are non-compliant. So that's a part of your evaluation, is to ask them, what do you think this means? What barriers might you have that prevented you from following through on this, which I think we'll talk about it at some point later. But the technique sometimes used here in evaluation is confrontation, right? We're going to make a discrepancy. We're going to show the client a discrepancy. We're going to say, we sat down and talked about this. You agreed to this, but this is not what you did. Can you tell me what's going on? That's a part of your evaluation. And that technique is called confrontation. And then the last stage is termination. Of course, this is where you are going to be helping the client reflect on their accomplishments, and you're going to make sure that they have the right supports in place to continue the work that you guys started. You want to note that the test, usually this comes up all the time, that the client is beginning to feel some kind of way because they are getting ready to terminate with you. And so sometimes they bring up issues, or sometimes they will bring up new issues because really they are struggling with the idea of termination. In that case, when your client has met all the therapeutic goals, you're going to have a discussion with your client about their feelings around termination. You are not going to halt the termination. You're not going to continue to necessarily work with them. You're going to have a discussion. You're going to acknowledge their feelings, and you're going to help them to explore their feelings around termination. We can go to the next slide. So social work settings, every setting, first of all, your setting, it has to be a part of your key concepts. When you are working through your like method, your key concept has to always include your social work setting, because every setting will dictate a different kind of role, depending on where you are. So it's important for you to know these major ones that are typically covered on the exam. When you are the school social worker, your main job is to assess for safety. Your main job is to gather more information about the presenting problem, okay? That's different from your job, perhaps, or your role, perhaps, as a mental health clinician at a clinic, right? Where your job is to build rapport with the client, assess the client, determine if the information found is related to the presenting problem. You're actually going to be working long-term, perhaps, with this client when you are in a mental health clinic. In a hospital or medical setting, also kind of like in a nursing home setting, your major function is going to be discharge planning. So you're not really going to be doing biopsychosocial assessments or treating mental illness or things like that. Your major focus is going to be discharge planning. Now, the assessments you are going to be doing are going to be assessments that are related to what happens when the client leaves here, which is different from your mental health assessment or your mental health clinic role, which your assessment is going to be driving the treatment planning for while the client is in the facility. Then if you are psychiatric or residential, Your goal is to be assessing or remembering that assessing for suicide and severe mental health issues, that's going to be your primary goal. And determining whether or not the client is safe for discharge. Also, whether or not your client needs to be referred to the psychiatrist, that is also a primary role that you're going to have there. Does this need to go beyond me as the clinician? And then Dr. Boone discussed this earlier, the child welfare agency, if that is your role, then your primary concern is the child's safety and also the needs of the parent as it relates to what they need to safely provide for and take care of the child. And that might mean like helping them to meet some basic needs. So if you are at a social service agency, you're going to be providing basic needs as your main focus. And those basic needs are usually around housing or finances. The main thing you want to know, note, and practice is staying in your lane. That's why key concepts are important. Who am I in this situation? How do I need to respond? Realizing when it is above me, right? So if there is an issue around the client demonstrating some physical ailments, some physical concerns, I'm not a doctor. I need to refer to a medical physician, right? If the client is demonstrating some symptoms that may require medication, I'm not a psychiatrist. I need to refer to a psychiatrist. And then if you are a mandated reporter, making sure that you get the information to report, but you are not investigating the suspected abuse or neglect. That would be for another role, but your role could be to gather the information. The basic thing is know the role, know the primary responsibility, stay there. So ruling out medical first, when we're talking about really making a diagnosis, right? We want to rule out medical first. Typically, the client is going to have psychiatric symptoms like feeling worthless or something like that. And they're also going to have somatic symptoms like a stomachache, a headache, pain in their chest, right? You want to make sure that you want to make sure that the disease or the symptoms are not organic. Organic meaning something physically is happening, something medically related is happening. The way we do that is we refer the client first to a medical doctor. You want to rule out anything medical that may be going on before you give them a clinical diagnosis. Let me help to make that more clear. A client may present to you with psychological symptoms as well as physical symptoms. When those two things are present, we need to rule out medical first, right? By referring them to a medical doctor, period. Psychiatric evaluation. When the client is demonstrating psychotic behavior, that is an indication that a medication evaluation is going to be appropriate. That is when we are going to refer to a psychiatrist because we do not do medication evaluations, medication management. When to conduct a suicide assessment. We're going to conduct a suicide assessment when we have cues for depression, and when we have cues for a history of suicide. So on your slide, we see significant and multiple losses. That's typically what you're going to see in the question. Significant and multiple losses. Perhaps there is a history, you've done the biopsychosocial assessment and you know that there is a personal history of suicide, or there is a family history of suicide. That could also cue an assessment in combination with the client is feeling feelings of depression and fatigue and other things like that. Okay, so when you are doing the suicidal assessment, these are the things that you're going to be looking for, right? You're going to be looking for, number one, suicidal ideation. What you want to do here is if the client has expressed significant and multiple losses, you want to hear normalize the client's feelings. You could say something like, when someone feels upset like you are, they may believe that their life is worth living, right? What thoughts have you had like this? This is where you're going to be assessing what is their idea of suicide? What are they thinking about this? Then you want to assess the suicidal planning. Do they have a means to actually carry out what they say they're going to carry out? If you decided to try to end your life, this is a question that you can ask. If you decided to try to end your life, how would you do it? Tell me about the plans that you've made. So somebody may tell you, I'm going to shoot myself in the chest when I get home, right? Well, you not only want to know their plan, but you want to know if their plan is really realistic. Like, do they have access? Number 3, do they have access to the means, right? Because that person is telling you that they're going to shoot themselves in their chest. Maybe they live in a residential facility that you know is highly staffed, right? It's not likely that they are going to be able to carry out what they're saying that they're going to do, which will dictate, right, what happens or what do you do after you made this suicide assessment. So then you want to, after you've assessed whether or not they have the means, you want to assess protective factors, right? So oftentimes people have these feelings about wanting to hurt themselves, but they never would because they have children, because they believe it's a sin, because of some, extemporaneous thing that would keep them from committing suicide. You want to assess those protective factors as well in gathering that information. If the client doesn't have anything that would hold them back from committing suicide, of course, that's going to put them at higher risk. Also, past experiences, I talked about that already. Have they attempted to kill themselves before? When was it? How did they try to do it? Did they have to go to the hospital? All of those things will help you to understand how high they are or how at risk they are for an actual completed suicide. And then the last thing is future expectations. What are some of the things that's happening in your life right now that would make you more or less likely to harm yourself, right? If they can't find anything, then of course that's going to make them more at risk. But if they can find some things, those may be things that you can negotiate, use in your next step, which would be either contracting for safety if they're not that high on the risk list, or maybe calling 911 because they're unable to find anything that they could use to look forward to. They have no protective factors. Maybe they have a history of suicide. They have access to the means, and then you want to be calling 911 to get them evaluated further and to make sure that they are safe and under 24-hour surveillance. Other assessment methods include the biopsychosocial, which many of you are probably more familiar with than any other assessment because you're doing it at your agency. It includes a lot. Basically, it is a full history of your client. It is a snapshot of their lives. Dr. Boone is so good with resources. She's going to upload an example, but basically, of course, like I said, it's a biopsychosocial. So it's going to be a history of biology, right? It's going to be asking them things about their physical functioning, their body functioning. Do you have any chronic illnesses? What else are they asking? For women, they're asking, are you pregnant? Have you ever been pregnant? If you have been pregnant, how many live births have you had? All things about your physical body functioning. It's going to be asking you about your psychological functioning. What kind of symptoms do you have? When did the symptoms start? How severe are the symptoms? How do you respond to these things? And not only that, but you see in the next category is also going to be asking about your family history. What is your family history of emotional functioning or physical functioning? Because that's all going to give you as a clinician a very clear picture of what things are contributing to the symptoms or the presenting problem that they are giving you. The main objective of the biopsychosocial is to have an understanding of the contributing factors to the presenting problem and to have a clear understanding of what kind of interventions may support resolving the presenting problem. The biopsychosocial also includes collateral context because sometimes we have clients who, for one reason or another, aren't able to give us all the information we need to make the best decisions. That would be in the case of a child who probably, they just don't understand enough things to give us that kind of information. Also could be in the case of an elder who can't recall some things, and also maybe in the case of someone who is limited. In that case, we would rely upon what we call collateral contacts, which would be family members, teachers, advocates, maybe a previous clinician, those kinds of people who would give us information to complete our psychosocial assessment. I'm sorry, you can go to the next slide. Okay, so while we're taking a small break, perhaps.
Hold on.
No problem. So we're taking a small break. I know that was a lot of information. We have a little bit more to cover. What is the difference between case plan and biopsychosocial? Are they the same? Great question. So a biopsychosocial assessment and a case plan could be the same and could be different. Just depends on what your agency calls them. Typically, a case plan leans more towards like treatment plan, right? Like what is the plan for this client? It may have some of the same elements like demographic information or social history, but the difference between a biopsychosocial assessment and a case plan is typically the biopsychosocial assessment ends in a diagnostic summary. So at the end, you're going to make a diagnosis and give the reason for that diagnosis based on the history that you collected. Typically in a case plan, it is really about what is the treatment future for this client? Okay, so that's sort of direct practice. The recap from direct practice is know the stages of treatment, know the generalist practice model. When you look at direct practice questions, which usually end in what should the social worker do next, and it's giving you a practice scenario, that's how you know it's a practice question. Your first question to yourself should be, where are we in the generalist practice model? And have we completed this stage, right? Does it give me information to say we've completed this stage? And then where do we go next? The other things is to make sure that you rule out medical and that you understand assessment. Now, moving forward to diagnosis questions. I know oftentimes we get a lot of excitement around diagnosis questions and a lot of anxiety and fear. Probably because the DSM is like 500,000 pages, but you need not be afraid because the LMSW exam really focuses on basic symptom identification of basic, the main types of diagnosis, right? So you'll see in this content and in your other content, we cover bipolar, we cover major depressive disorder, schizophrenia, some personality disorders, and I believe there are, the anxiety disorder category as well. So don't fret. These are the basic things that you need to know. You want to make sure that you can identify the symptoms that are present in the question. Again, my rule of thumb was to write them down in a list because oftentimes the question has so much information that I can get lost in the information. So I need to write down the exact symptoms. You also want to note the time frame because the difference between major depressive disorder and persistent depressive disorder is not the symptoms, but it's the length of time that the person has experienced the symptoms. You want to look at age of onset because some diagnosis, cannot be given to a child. For example, perhaps the child is showing psychotic features, but we're not going to give the child schizophrenia because you can't be diagnosed with schizophrenia until you're 18, right? So you want to pay attention to the age of onset. You want to understand that some symptoms overlap with several disorders. And so knowing the main features of the disorder is imperative, right? Knowing the main features of the disorder are extremely imperative. And also, again, paying attention to the question because it's usually pointing you to a specific diagnosis. For the master's exam, again, is symptom recognition. If you're taking the clinical exam, you do want to pay a little bit more attention to the special characteristics and special criteria of diagnosis and knowing how to make a differential diagnosis. So how to distinguish between ADHD and anxiety, even though they have overlapping symptoms, and when do we make which diagnosis? Okay, so when you're looking at bipolar, I'm sorry, I saw a question. I just want to pause. Yes. So one of the questions was specifically related to navigating the DSM. You can check Dr. Boone's catalog of courses because she does have courses that specifically relate to different portions of the exam. So you can check her catalog of courses to see if there is one specifically related to the DSM-5. When you're talking about bipolar, here's what you want to know. Do not confuse yourself. You only want to be thinking about 3 things. Number 1, cycles, right? Cycles of what? Cycles of mania or hypomania and cycles of depression. That's really what you need to know. That the question is going to highlight the fact that this client is experiencing cycles of depression and mania, cycles of depression and hypomania. That should give you red flags. That should be a glaring sign that we are talking about some kind of bipolar. Once you've narrowed down the fact that it's bipolar, now it's which kind of bipolar. So in bipolar 1, we're looking at a manic episode, right? Followed by a hypomanic episode or a major depressive episode. So what is mania? I believe that we all know what mania is, but for those who don't, let me say what mania is. Okay, there we go. So mania is when we see a client that has an inflated self-esteem or grandiosity, a decreased need for sleep, a flight of ideas, they're very distracted, and they have increase in goal-directed behavior, they're excessive in involvement in activities that have high potential for painful consequences. What does that mean? These are your people who are staying up for 4 and 5 days straight. They are talking about they are going to be an astronaut, a zookeeper, and a police officer tomorrow. Like they're going to finish the course tonight and tomorrow they're going to be all these things. They have elevated behavior. They also may be participating in high sexually risky behavior. You're probably going to see that on the exam as the most common form of mania. And the thing that you want to know about mania is that it is very risky behavior and it's likely to result in severe criminal consequence if it is not resolved. And then hypomania is really the same kind of behavior, but it's not elevated to the point where it's causing a severe disruption or not getting the client to criminal behavior, right? So we have the time frame. You see at least 4 consecutive days. There's a noticeable change in usual behavior, but you see the same kind of consequences. The only difference between mania and hypomania is that hypomania, the behavior is not elevated enough to cause real concern or get the client into real trouble. So these are your clients who they may be staying up for 4 days, but they're staying up cleaning their house, organizing, or they might just be talking excessively like I am right now, which is not really a problem, but you notice that there is really a change in behavior. Yes, talking rapidly, spending lots of money, all of those are signs of mania. So that's bipolar 1, right? We have the mania followed by the episode of hypomania or depression. And then we have bipolar 2. I'm sorry, guys, I'm not really good at following slides. But then we have bipolar 2, which is the client has a current or past hypomanic episode, and it's followed by a major depressive episode, okay? So those are the differences between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. We can go to the next slide. So, well, actually, okay, let's talk about schizophrenia. So schizophrenia, the major thing that you want to note, of course, I think we already know, is the psychotic features. You are gonna have hallucinations, and I just had a brain freeze. You're gonna see things and hear things. basically, right? And it's going to say in the question that the client is seeing things and hearing things. Other things that you might see. Yes, delusions. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. So delusions and hallucinations are the main features of schizophrenia. And you may also see things like disorganized speech, meaning the words don't connect. You may see things like word salads, or what you see here, alogia or avolition. That means that they don't have words. There's a lack of content in their speech. Sometimes the words are not connecting, they're just saying words. All of those kinds of things are going to be features that you see. But again, the exam is going to not trip you up. You're going to see clearly the delusion. You're going to see clearly the hallucination. And you also may see the unkemptness. So the person is looking disheveled, and perhaps they haven't taken care of themselves physically, like in self-care. So those are the main symptoms you're probably going to see on the exam that should alert you to this person can be probably diagnosed with schizophrenia. Anxiety disorders, I think, again, are going to be easy to identify, because they're going to talk about that the person, if there's a generalized anxiety disorder, that they are having fears and sweating and shortness of breath around several different things, not just one thing. When there's an anxiety or fear of one specific thing, we might be looking at a phobia. When it's across the board, we're going to be looking at generalized anxiety disorder, and you're going to see this across multiple settings and about different areas of their life. And the difference between a generalized anxiety disorder and panic disorder is that panic disorder, you're going to see the person having episodes. They're going to go to the hospital because they have chest pains. They may fall out or something like that. That's when you're going to do panic disorder over anxiety disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, Lord knows, I'm sure that we have seen enough of this to be able to recognize it with our eyes closed, at least to make diagnosis. Now, my soapbox is that the diagnosis is probably wrong because the person is suffering from a trauma, but just a soapbox. This is not for the exam. When it comes to ADHD, you definitely know already that it is a childhood age onset. So typically the ADHD is going to be in relation to a child. It's probably going to be a school setting, because that's where ADHD is typically diagnosed. And you need to know that there are kinds of diagnosis. So we have primarily inattentive type, and then you have primarily hyperactive, or you have combined type. So those are the three types, and it's pretty clear to see. I want you to start saying that I understand this information with ease. I grasp the concepts and the content with ease. I'm telling you, it is very easy to see this stuff. The child can't keep still, they're unorganized, they keep leaving their homework at school. Those are all symptoms of ADHD that you're going to see on the exam. Personality disorders. So the main ones that you're going to see are these four that are listed. When you're talking about paranoid, that's easy. Schizoid, limited range of emotion. Does it have to be in two settings? Yes, for ADHD. Yes, that's correct. Limited range of emotion, likes to be alone. These are schizoid people. I don't know how Dr. Boone knows about naming folks, but one of the things that helped me pass my exam was to know somebody in my life or in my space that I could attach this to. It definitely helped me to make the connection to what the diagnosis was. Schizotypal, that's thought and behavior peculiarities. These are your eccentric people. They might have some magical thinking and some odd beliefs, but they are not harming anyone or anything like that. It's a little personality quirk. And then antisocial, which is a violation of basic human rights, criminal behavior such as acting out sexually, and drugs. What you need to know is antisocial personality is the age of onset is adulthood. You cannot give a child antisocial personality. The precursor for that would be conduct disorder. Conduct disorder is the same thing, basically, but it's given to a child. And the difference, I'm just going to go back. I want to just talk about the difference between conduct disorder and ODD, right? Which is probably on your larger file. But the difference between conduct disorder and ODD is that in ODD, which is oppositional defiant disorder, the child has an issue with authority, but they have not risen to the level of criminal behavior or destruction of property and things like that. Conduct disorder is where you get destruction of property, criminal behavior, fire setting, things like that would be conduct disorder. More personality disorder. Oh, we can go to the next one. More personality disorders. We have borderline personality. Probably when you hear borderline personality, you need to think of the word splitting, because that's probably the word they're going to be using. And also you're going to see unstable relationships and manipulation. With borderline personality disorder, the therapeutic technique is going to be DBT. So you need to make that connection as well. I know that's sort of bringing diagnosis over to human behavior and therapeutic techniques, but you need to relate borderline personality and DBT as the primary method. With histrionic, seeking drama queen, and you also may see someone who is being a woman, typically, who is being salacious and trying to seduce perhaps her clinician or whatever. So that is said to be histrionic. And then we have narcissistic personality. We know what that is. Avoidant personality is someone who's going to be avoiding socializing because they feel like they are going to be rejected, they're going to mess up, but they actually want to be close to people. Dependent personality is somebody who's going to be submissive, lacking self-confidence, and they're going to be asking you or asking someone in their life, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? And they're going to be waiting on that person to tell them to do what they need to do. Obsessive personality is about compulsive perfectionism and inflexibility with ritualistic behavior. So the obsession is the thought, the compulsion is the behavior. That's what you need to know. The obsession is the thought, the compulsion is the behavior. I don't think we talked about major depressive disorder, but you all know the basic symptoms of major depressive disorder, right? The only thing, right, so you see the weight change, the depressed mood, diminished interest, all of those things are basic. What I wanted to bring up about that category is disruptive mood dysregulation disorder. Is a childhood onset, and the main feature is irritability across multiple settings. That's the only thing I think I wanted to say in that category. And we've already talked about persistent depression, which is the same, again, the same features, but a different timeline. So that's what I wanted to say about that. Okay, so mood regulation, right? We want to be talking about, this is where we get into medication. And again, people get really riled up with this. With dependent personality, can you gain that over time? You probably can. Again, the exam is not going to ask you a question that you probably don't need to know that. It's probably going to be a very direct question, or all the information that's given is going to say dependent personality. It's going to say, okay, dependent personality. It's going to be so clear that it's going to say Josh wants to go to the zoo, but he doesn't know if he should go to the zoo. And he's asked his boss, his mother, his grandmother, and his cousin if he should go to the zoo. What kind of personality is Josh demonstrating? It's literally going to be very clear like that in some cases, especially on the LMSW exam. If someone on here's name is Josh, don't take it personal. In terms of medication, here's what I did. You do not need to get into a whole lot of panic about medication. You need to know the lists. You need to know it just like this. This is exactly how I learned it. For my visual learners, this is exactly how I learned the medications. what was the topic, or what kind of medications are they? Are they SSRIs? Are they MAOIs? Are they atypicals? Then I listed them just like this. You should know the brand name and the generic name. For me, because I'm a visual learner, I also learned them in alphabetical order. It helped me to put them in some sort of order, and it helped me to know what number was in each category so that I could recall them at any time. So that I could say, oh, this is a SSRI question, this is a mood question, this is a mood question. I know that these type of medicines are prescribed for mood or antidepressants, whatever. So I literally started to recall the list in my head because I had wrote it like this several times over and over and over again. Please do not get caught up in whether or not, how it's written chemically and all of that stuff. Don't get caught up either in all of the side effects. We will tell you the side effects you need to know. And you will see at the bottom of this slide, it talks about other categories of antidepressants are tricyclic and tetracyclic. So really what you need to know is that SSRIs can also be used to treat OCD. Memorize the slide just like you see it. Don't try to get into the technicalities of this stuff. It will send you down a rabbit hole and you'll be frustrated. Know that these medicines are for antidepressants. Know the categories, list them. That's it. These are your anti-anxiety medications. These are you need to know that they are fast-acting and addictive. You need to be able to name them in their particular category. Then you have antipsychotics. These are primarily the ones you need to know the side effects, right? And the side effects that are going to be talked about on the exam are typically these specific ones. The tardive dyskinesia, the dystonia, and the akathisia. These are the ones that are going to be on there. Just know them. Don't ask questions. Just know what they are. That's it. It's going to save you a lot of heartache. These are the ones for bipolar and mood, and these are the psychostimulants. Know the brand name, know the generic name, be able to list them and recall them. Remember, go back to our drumline example. You need to be able to spit them when you need them, recall them when you need them. Okay, so also when we're looking at assessment, diagnosis, direct practice questions, we need to know when do we intervene, how do we intervene, right? I talked about this earlier. We need to assess the stage of practice that we're in and make sure that we are not in the assessment phase. You're not doing anything in assessment except gathering information. Did you have a lot of medication questions? On my LMSW, I probably had 2 or 3, to tell you the truth. And they were recall questions, and they were also, one of them was, they gave me the symptoms and they said what kind of medication, which medication will work, basically. 0 to 3 is comment. Okay, great. And so like I said, at least one of them was a recall question. And one of them was where they discussed the symptoms and they said which kind of medication would she likely or he likely be prescribed. And so you needed to know, oh, this is anxiety. What kind of medications are prescribed for anxiety? And that's how you answer that question. Let me make sure I'm on time. I'm doing good. Okay. So when to intervene, we want to make sure that we're not in the assessment stage, because in the assessment stage, we are gathering information. We're not doing anything yet. You want to pay attention to what the question is asking, like what is the most appropriate intervention? There may be several things that are good, but which one is most appropriate, right? Identify the need of the client. If the client has a lack of knowledge, then we're going to educate, right? Because remember, that's also an intervention. If the question focuses on a lack of skill, then we're going to teach the client via role play, or we might even refer the client to someone where they can learn the skill. Maybe like a parenting class or something like that. So the kinds of intervention techniques, we've already talked about psychosocial education, talked about teaching the client a skill. We're also going to be monitoring feelings and behaviors. So we're going to be tracking client progress and adjusting the plan as we need to based upon the evaluation, based upon how we see it and how the client sees it. We're also going to be empowering the client by educating them or sending them somewhere where they can learn to improve their skills and increase their ability to help themselves. So in the case of monitoring feelings and behaviors, right, the intervention may be to show the client how to use a feeling or a thought log, because that helps the client to monitor their own feelings and behaviors. So that's an example of empowerment. And then there's just a little note that we're going to respect the client's decision, because self-determination, and empower the client to implement a plan. And also we're going to empower the community to help themselves, right? So that we're going to give them the skills, the tools to help themselves. These are your communication techniques: active listening. I'm sure we talked about that multiple times. Silence, questioning. Questioning is definitely used when we're gathering information, when we're in that assessment, when we're trying to do our biopsychosocial assessments, we use our questioning skills. Reflecting and validating, we'll be using that all throughout our process together. That's really helping to understand negative thought patterns. And then paraphrasing and clarifying. I think the main thing with these communication techniques is sometimes we confuse them. So really pay attention to the nuances of each one, because paraphrasing is not reframing, right? And so also there's a note that the communication should be culturally appropriate. So communication should reflect the values of the client. It should not be disrespectful to the client in any way. So if the idea is that you communicate with the male figure, then you cannot refuse to communicate with him because you feel like the woman should be empowered. We're going to communicate with the client how they'd like to be communicated with. Seeking concreteness. This is when we want to help the client identify their specific feelings. So we're going to be using questioning really to help them seek concreteness. And then summarizing is basically repeating in your words, basically, what the client has said. And do I have this correctly? Is this the gist of what happened? That's a summary. Partializing, we've already talked about that. That's breaking the bigger problem down into smaller ones. And then reflection. This is where we get to acknowledge what the client has said. And so the client will say something. An example here, I have a lot of problems going on. And you're going to say, oh, you seem overwhelmed, right? And so you're actually helping to, you're not going to repeat exactly what they said. Instead, you're going to acknowledge the feelings that underlie what they said. That's a reflection. I think it is confrontation. Okay, yeah. So confrontation is a big one that usually appears on the exam. And really, confrontation is about highlighting the discrepancy between what the client said and what they are doing. Confrontation is not about you, the clinician, because you're frustrated or because you just want to confront them because you think their behavior is dumb. Confrontation really is, how do I get this client to move forward? It's a part of a motivational interviewing type of technique, right? You're going to say, you said this, but you did this. That would be a way that you confront the client. And you need to make sure, as this says, that for it to be effective, that your posture is right, that the therapeutic relationship is strong, and that it is surrounding the specific goals, and that you can be specific. It's not just about your feelings. It really is about what the client said they were going to do and what you don't see them doing. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I need to take like a 2-minute. I just need to stand up for a second. Woo, and get myself together. That was a lot of talking. Drop your questions in the box before we move to questions. These questions are practice questions if you have any. And then we want to move right. Actually, we have about 3 minutes. So let's just take a 3-minute break, stretch if you need to. And then at 2 p.m., we'll come back and start our questions. Let's get back at it. and go through our practice questions. Let's see how this thing looks in real time. Oh, I forgot. Let me start my timer. Dr. Boone, we good to start the time?
Yes.
Okay, timer starting now. Alrighty, guys, let's go.
We have a split between A, B, and C. So we have C is 48%, and then the other two are 25% each.
Okay. Well, I like the fact that C is, I like it. I like it's okay to have a split. I like it. So I guess my question first is, what stage of the treatment model are we in this question? Yes, yes, assessment. Say it with your chest, Tamara. Assessment, you got it. Okay, so we are in the assessment phase, and in the assessment phase, our priority is, what's our priority in assessment? Okay, let's go to how we would process this question. What should the social worker do first? Yes, asking questions. Yep, gathering information. Great. The client, what should a social worker do first? So that's going to tell me, this is a practice question. So I'm gonna put my practice hat on when I'm in the exam. I'm gonna say, okay, girl, you need to know stages of planning, stages of treatment. I'm gonna lock that in, and then I'm gonna keep reading the question. A 78-year-old man is referred to a social worker. During the initial session, the client mentions that he recently lost his spouse of 45 years and 2 brothers. The client states that he is experiencing recent difficulties with memory loss and confusion, increasing physical problems, sadness, feelings of loneliness, and a sense of uselessness. The client also noted the pain of losing a spouse. What should the social worker do first? Then I'm going to read through all of my choices. Refer the client for a medical evaluation, explore the nature of marriage and family before the loss, assess the client for depression and suicide risk, encourage the client to become involved in a local senior center. So let's say I recognize the question. Okay, so let's say I recognize the question first as a practice question, but then when I went through all the responses, I said, oh, it's asking about suicide risk. So this is probably a safety question. Let me go back. When I go back and identify my key concepts, I'm going to be looking for, okay, what things are telling me that he might need a suicide assessment, because I know that's high up there, right? I know that's high up there in their minds. They want to know if I can do a suicide assessment. So my key concepts: initial session, recently lost a spouse and 2 brothers. These are, he has sadness, feelings of loneliness and uselessness. And then I'm going to say, okay, explore the nature of marriage and family before the loss. That's not going to be the one, because I'm going to say this is assessment phase. So, and it has nothing to do with that, right? That's not important. Then encourage the client to become involved in a local senior center. Has nothing to necessarily do with the question. That might be later. Then left, I'm going to have refer the client for a medical evaluation or assess the client for depression and suicide risk. What am I going to do first, right? And with first questions, it is not that you will never do A, but you would not do it first. Right, exactly. I'm going to say, what would I do first out of refer and assess? I can look at the generalist practice model, and the generalist practice model tells me that assessment comes before intervention every time. And so that's what's going to lead me to choosing C versus choosing A. Yes, first. What am I going to do first? Some okay, so that's why you have to read all of the choices all the way through, guys. Read all of them all the way through, because it could throw you off just like it did in this time. Okay, let's go to practice question number 2. Timer on. Okay, how we doing?
So we have 80, we have a split between A and C. So 80% had A and 20% had C.
I like it. If you were part of the 80%, congratulations, you got that one correct. Yep, you got that one correct. So let's talk about what stage of the practice model are we in? No, not assessment. Intervention. Yes, we are in intervention. How do I know we're in intervention? How do I know we're in intervention? Because actually all of the answer choices are talking about an intervention. They're asking educate, refer, confront, suggest. All of those are things that I'm going to do, right? So actually all of these answer choices are intervention, and it lets me know. So then I have to choose. So I can't use the old practice of, oh, it's an intervention, let me just choose the one that's an intervention. All of them are interventions. So now I have to choose which intervention would be first. That is correct. I would educate the client first. To confront the client would be a little bit presumptuous, because we really don't know if that's what she really believes, right? So we would need to educate her about the cycle of abuse. Now, if she continues to be in denial, then we can talk about that. But education would be the first thing that we do before we do any of the other options. You said the other split was C? Is that what they were confused about?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that's why we would choose educate, because that would be the first thing that we would do. And there's many ways that you could choose, why you would choose educate over any of the other ones. It's the least harm to, like, it's going to maintain the therapeutic alliance, and also you can see that there's a gap, right? She says her husband is very loving, but she provokes him. You know that's not true, right? So we have to give the client more ways. We have to give the client a way to understand what's really happening. That's a good point. Some of you are more apt to always confront because you are direct in your social work practice. Pull back a little. Good advice. And also, the rule of thumb is to gain as much information you can before you pull the trigger. I'm also very direct and have to remind myself to pull back, whether it's in practice or in my life. I have to get enough information first. Yes, help the client to see it for herself. Okay, number 3. Let's go to number 3, and we're going to start the timer now. Okay, let's go. What do we have?
So we have a view of the problem. C was 69%. And then we had B and D as well, but they were smaller percentages.
Okay, if you chose C, you are correct. The key here is intervention with the client, not for the client, right? And so it's important to know that how the client sees the situation first, before we sort of move ahead to planning and intervention. We're doing it with the client, not for the client. So let's go to 4. If you have questions, just pop them in the chat. I'll answer them, but let's go to 4. And the timer is starting now. All right, let's go to number 4. What do we have?
We have C was 75%, and some people were confused if it was B or D.
Okay, so this is this is what we call a recall question. It's sort of a direct practice embedded into a recall question. So it really is, do you understand the definitions of these things? And you said the other answer choices were B and D?
Yes.
Okay, so the correct answer is actually C, and I'll tell you why it is C. look at exactly what the social worker says. The social worker says, I'm concerned that you contracted to complete your homework, yet you have not done so. What is that? That's a discrepancy, right? Remember, confrontation is not about feelings, not about being rude, not about calling the client on the carpet. Confrontation is about highlighting discrepancy. And so that's why the answer is C rather than B or D. So clarification would have been, did you, let me say, for the next 3 sessions, the client says, I've been really busy. I didn't get a chance. So clarification would have been, oh, you're really busy. Can you tell me what you've been busy doing? You know, let's clarify. Okay, let's go to number 5. Timer starts now. All right, let's go number 5.
Okay, so the results are, we have D, clarification, 83%. And the other one that was confusing for some was C, reflection.
I like it. So the answer is indeed clarification. And a reflection would have been, a moment ago, you were talking about your wife, then you switched to, I'm having trouble following you. Could we go back to the subject of your wife? Okay, so a reflection, remember, is all about communicating what the client is not saying. It's all about communicating the client's feeling. So maybe a reflection could have been, you seem to be overwhelmed by everything that's happening, because they're talking about their wife, their daughter, this, that, and the third. You're not going to necessarily say what they said. You're going to reflect back a feeling. This is clarification. Can we go back so I can get more understanding about what's happening in this area? Can you be more clear about your wife? And then we can move on to this, that, and the third. Okay, so hopefully that is clear as to why it's clarification rather than C, reflection. And also the social worker says, I'm having trouble following you. That means I need more clarity. I need something to be more clear to me. Let's go to number 6, and the timer starts now. All right, number 6, let's go. What stage of practice are we in? Before we even jump into the answer, what stage of practice are we in? Don't be scared, y'all. Keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. Yes, planning. I like it. We are in the planning stage of treatment. Let's go. So what kind of answers do we have, Dr. Boone?
It was a split between A and C, 40% each.
Oh, wow. Okay, so between A and C. Okay, so C is actually the correct answer. We want to help the client prioritize the problem. Remember, that's something that we do in planning. Before we start setting goals and stuff like that, we want to see, okay, what actually are the problems going on? And you said between A and C?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, and so the answer would have been A if they would have given more, including unhappy marriage. Okay, yes. So the answer could have been A, address the issue of abuse, if the stem of the question would have given more indication that there was a real safety issue, right? And also it's asking, what are we going to do first? Safety isn't a concern. We don't have enough information to know that safety isn't a concern because frequent verbal abuse doesn't give me a necessary, it doesn't elevate it to imminent risk. Let me say that. If they were imminent risk, like if the stem of the question said physical abuse, then we might have prioritized that over prioritizing the problem. Great. I hope we understand that. So don't read into this. I was going to say this earlier, but the test really is, can you slow your brain down enough to read the actual words on the page? So the question is not enough info to know that she is treating her severe physical illnesses, right? Nope. And also the question is asking, what are we going to do first? So we might do that, but we have to. Dr. Boone mentioned something earlier. She said, when they ask you what to do first, list the answer options in order. Right? List the answer options in order. Don't focus, y'all get focused in the story of the person, right? Don't focus on that. Focus on what are the answer choices, right? And if I had to put these in order, how would I order them? Would I jump over prioritizing her concerns to automatically doing a medical evaluation? Probably not. Because referring over helping is not. Look at the generous practice model. Referring is an intervention. Helping to prioritize a problem or concern is planning. And planning comes before intervention. And I hope us talking about the question can help to sort of rewire your brain about how you're thinking. Yeah, we're never looking at medications because we are not medical professionals. We will always be referring to a psychiatrist or a medical doctor when it comes to medications. We know which kind of medications can be prescribed for what, but we're not making any medication recommendations. We're not looking at her medications at all. Yes, the key is the verbal abuse. So if the question said that she was being physically abused, then we might elevate this question to a safety question. But because it says it's frequent verbal abuse, that's not really a priority. Yep, that's also a key. When the client has multiple issues on the table, we want to prioritize or partialize the problem. It's also important to note the generalist practice model, right? Offer the client family therapy, refer the client for a medical evaluation, address the issue, are all things that we would do as an intervention. Helping the client to prioritize the problem is something that we do in the planning stage. What order are planning and intervention? Without getting into all the other logistics, right? We can look at that and say, this is how I'm gonna answer this question. Once we've established there's imminent risk. Safety means there's imminent risk and danger. That's when we know it's a safety question. The person is a threat to themselves or others. The person is in imminent harm, danger, risk right now. Right? So those two things, we've eliminated this is a safety question. Then we need to say, we need to look at those options like that. Yeah, don't get caught up in their story. Just take the information given. When it's a direct practice question, after you've assessed it, it's not a safety concern, let's go to generalist practice model. And a safety concern means imminent danger, harm to themselves or others. Okay, I think we can safely transition to number 7. Timer on. Okay, let's go with number 7. Number 7, what principle is being tested here? Oh, can we drop the link again, Dr. Boone?
Yes.
No answers in the chat, guys. What rule of thumb or what principle is being tested in this question? Do you think? Self-determination isn't the exact one that came to my mind. It could be an intervention. Also, I think this question is asking us to look at, remember how we diagnose, or what do we rule out, right? This is questioning about rule out. Yes, this is the principle of rule out. And so clearly the answer is B, right? We want to rule out the medical first when we see that the client has both psychological and somatic changes. He's disoriented to time, he has memory loss, he needs assistance with walking, right? Those are somatic changes. And psychological changes. There's rapid decline, exactly. Rule out medical first. That's why I love that you guys get to take this class, because when you know the principle that's being tested in every question, it gives you a leg up Okay, so with questions like this, always rule out medical first. Yes, when there are somatic and psychological symptoms that coexist, we want to make sure there's not a medical issue. The other time I've seen rule out come up is in the case that a client appears to be maybe like inebriated but doesn't have alcohol in their breath or something like that. We want to rule out a medical issue. Beautiful. Shout out to you. Let's go to question number 8. Dr. Boone, it's 2:30, but do you want to keep going?
Yeah, you can stretch it to 2:45. I think I should be fine.
Okay, so let's do question number 8. Timer starts now. All right, number 8. What do we have here?
We had 78% said D, bipolar, and then a couple others did the other ones, but most of them did the right one.
Good job. Good job. Good job, guys. Remember, bipolar, we're talking about cycles. We're talking about mania. We see mania. Great job. We can move on to question number 9. I don't even feel like we need to talk about that. Question number 9. Timer starts now. Okay, number 9. What stage of practice are we in? Oh, the chat is locked. No problem.
So I've turned it back on.
Okay. What stage of practice are we in? Yes, assessment. Love it. We are in assessment. Okay, now that we know that, what kind of answers do we have?
We had 98% had D. Just maybe 1 or 2 people had A.
Okay, no problemo. So why the answer is not A, right? So a 43-year-old mother discusses with the social worker recent behavioral changes demonstrated by the client's young child. The child has become socially withdrawn. During the assessment, the mother states the changes first appeared after they moved into the home of the client's companion. The social worker should. Are we informing the client of anything, first of all, in the assessment phase? No. In assessment, we're gathering information. That's what we're doing in the assessment phase. So that's why I would not have chosen A. And also recent behavioral changes is way too vague, or become socially distant is way too vague for me to assume that there's been a possibility of abuse. Great. Let's go to number 10. Timer starting now. Okay, number 10, let's go. What are we saying about number 10?
We have 100% is A. Celebrate.
Okay. See, y'all are getting it. Y'all are getting it. I love it. The more you practice the question, the better you will become. And you will become your best when you couple the content with the practice. But yes, we want to refer for a psychiatric evaluation. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We see the the symptoms. We see the psychiatric symptoms. So the psychotic symptoms is actually what I'm trying to say. So we want to go ahead and get him a psychiatric evaluation so we can figure out what is happening. I love it. Let's go to question number 11. You guys, we're almost there. We have 13 questions and we'll do number 11 now. We might be able to get to number 12. We'll see. Timer starts now. Okay, number 11, how we looking? What stage of practice are we in? Let me get those stages. Yes, come on, assessment stage, perfect. So let's see what those answers are looking like.
Had a little trouble with this one. So we had 56 said B as in boy, and then 43% said A.
Okay, between B and A, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if I were taking the exam, this is how it would go. What should the social worker do first? So I would say, okay, this is a practice question. In my head, that's what I would be saying. then I would be saying, let me remember the generalist practice model. Let me bring all the facts to my head about how I answer practice questions. A 45-year-old man who is gay meets with a social worker because of a long history of depression. Boom, I would capture that in my head as a key concept, long history of depression. The client says, in most areas of my life, things are fine, but I have never had an emotional relationship that felt intimate. He also reports being distanced from the gay community because he is not political. And after all, it is no different from being straight, except that I have sex with guys. What should the social worker do first? What I'm going to do is, because my brain is a little, it's like the size of a tick, so my attention is not that much. So I have to go back and say, let me read that first line again. Because of a long history of depression. Okay, got it. All right, what am I going to do first? I'm going to read through the responses, conduct a comprehensive assessment, explore the client's disconnection from the gay community, refer for a medical evaluation, suggest that the client consider joining a group of men who are gay. So I got a couple of things going on. He came to me for a long history of depression. This is a practice question, so I got the generalist practice working in here. And what do I need to do first? If I numbered these things in terms of first, what would I be putting down? What do we do first? The stages of practice are engage, assess, right? So suggesting that the client consider joining a group, that would be an intervention. Referring for a medication evaluation, that would be an intervention. I would do that if there were indications in the question that he was having some sort of medical issues. Explore the client's disconnection from the gay community. I might do that later, but would I do that first if I was looking at B and C? No, because assessment comes before that. Because being gay isn't a problem for him necessarily. He came to me because he was depressed. And so I need to conduct a full assessment to figure out what else could be contributing to the problem. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Great, 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 great. I'm glad we focused on more question heavy this time, because you get to kind of take a deep dive into our brains, and the brain you need to adapt, the way you need to adapt to answer the question, because it's not really about the questions and as much as the process of answering the question. You could get any question, but if you understand the content, the tips we've shared, the liked method, and you're willing to commit to it, you'll hit the bullseye 85 to 90% of the time. Number 12. Timer starts now. Okay, number 12. Number 12, what stage are we in?
I had a planning and an intervention. Well, I had lots of interventions and planning.
Okay, let me see, because I have something different, but you guys might be right. Let's look at it. What should the social worker do next? A school social worker meets with a 13-year-old client who is easily frustrated and disengaged in school. The student appears to be bright but unmotivated and has difficulty submitting completed homework assignments. Meeting with the student have not resulted in changes in the teen's behavior. What should the social worker do next? So I'm going to say, I'm a school social worker. That's it. Remember, settings are key to me understanding this whole thing. I'm a school social worker. I'm going to recall what my role is as a school social worker. Then I'm going to identify what's going on. Easily frustrated and disengaged, bright but unmotivated, not submitting completed work. We've already talked to him, no change in behavior. What am I going to do? Consider an alternative program for the student, arrange for individual tutoring sessions for the student, refer the teen for evaluation by an educational psychologist, or create a behavioral self-monitoring plan with the student. So I definitely get why you guys said intervention, because all of them really are intervention. I actually said it was assessment phase because we could not figure out, we're still trying to figure out what the problem is. Like, he's bright, but he's unmotivated. He's, there's some discrepancy. So we're still trying to figure out what's going on. And so that's why I called it assessment. And so what kind of answers did we get?
We got mostly C, so that's good. 70% C, 20% D, and then a couple others for A and B. So it was like just everything pretty much.
Okay, great. So I think what I would like to point out in this question is that you see how we had a discrepancy in between assessment and intervention, but we still got the same answer. If you chose C, you were correct. And so in my opinion, if you would have chosen intervention, then the way to look at it would have been what intervention was needed first, right? So before you could arrange for individual tutoring or consider an alternative program, first of all, alternative education, I would have been thinking he has some sort of behavioral issue, and there's not enough information in the stem of the question to tell me that there's a behavioral issue, right? So I probably would not have even considered that. Arrange for individual tutoring. How do I know he needs individual tutoring? Because he's bright. So for me, individual tutoring would have been a no. Create a behavioral self-monitoring plan. He's unmotivated. He's not going to do that, right? So refer the team for evaluation would have been the logical response for me.
Yes, and I was going to say too, because it says meetings with the student have not resulted in changes, so you aren't helping. So basically all of the answers were you trying to still do something, but you're not helping. So you need to kind of refer out for that.
I like it. The idea is how you think about it and make sure you're coming up with the correct answer. So let's do the last and final direct practice question. And the timer is now on. All right, last question. Let's go. What stage of practice are we in?
I have assessment, assess, assessment. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so we are in the engage, explore phase of treatment, right? So this is immediately upon referral. What are we doing immediately upon referral? It says a family was referred to by the neurologist, and the family consists of the husband, the wife, and the daughter. And so what I'm gathering from this question is that this is the first time I'm seeing this couple. So we are at engage, explore. Were the stages listed? Yes, they were. Okay, and so what kind of answers do we have, Dr. Boone?
We had a split between A and C. So 50% A, 42% C.
Like it. So the correct answer is indeed A. And the answer is not C because the family was referred by a neurologist. The family consists of the husband and wife. For the next 6 months, the husband suffered from several seizures, was diagnosed with epilepsy. The daughter says that her mother is now overprotective. The daughter describes herself as nervous. The social worker should first obtain a complete history. And I'm assuming that you said obtain a complete history because you felt like that was an assessment. But what happens before we do an assessment? We have to explore, right? We have to hear what's going on, right? So we're going to talk, and Dr. Boone always says feelings first, right? And C does not focus on the family, only on the couple, right? And so the entire family here is the client. And when we have an entire family client, the entire family client system is who we are focused on, not one individual. Great job, guys. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your journey. I'm super excited about hearing you pass the exam. We have one more section to go, and you guys have been troopers. Back to you, Dr. Boone. Do you guys think I could be a news anchor, like as a part-time, something fun?
I think your voice is pretty good, so that voiceover job might be for you. You never know. Okay, so the last part is actually going to be community. And I know that community is very stressful and confusing. So I'm going to do my best job to go through it quickly and hit the main points. I think that the reason why I wanted to make sure we had enough time to go over this is because community is on the test big time, like big time. It's one of the things that most people that come from the testing center, whether they pass or whether they have a failed attempt, are saying is the most stressful, right? Because community practice is something that you're not familiar with, okay? Unless you work in community practice like full time, you're not really sure. So it gets a little daunting because community, like I said, community practice is not first nature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through group practice first and research just to kind of get those out the way, and then we can focus more on community practice. Tips for community practice. These are the things that we're gonna kind of hit today. We're not gonna hit all of these, but we're gonna hit most of these. The 4 models of community organizing, making sure that you know that the focus is not the immediate problem because we're doing macro work. So we are actually in it for the long haul, okay? So that's how it's different than direct practice. Also, the phases of community practice, and we're gonna kind of weave that in with the models. But we're not going to go over every single phase, but literally it's very simple once we go through it. Remembering that empowerment and advocacy are key terms when it comes to community practice. And we'll talk about the difference between those two. Understanding policy. Don't we all love policy analysis? We do, or not. So we're going to talk about that just for a second. And then always, what I always say is always find the interested people and plan before you act. Same thing as direct practice, right? We have to plan before we intervene. Yes. So this is a session where people get very frustrated. They are stressed after this because it's so much information and it's very confusing. But what I always say is continue to go over the information. I am going to share with you my YouTube channel where I have a video on community practice on program development and program evaluation. It's really good, actually. And there's also some other YouTube channels that are really good. Another coach her name is Dr. Pam Turner, and she literally has like 50 videos about licensure prep. So we're going to also talk about that as well. Yes, macro interests. Yes. Tips for studying administration and research. So administration is like organization, agency. Remember that class you had about organizational policy and organizations, agencies, programmatic structure, mission, vision. Remember all that? So that's what administration is. Yes, 608. Yeah, y'all remember. It was traumatizing. But you guys remember that stuff is going to be on there. And that's the stuff that throws you off because you're like, oh my gosh, I don't even care about this stuff. So it's really about chain of command, goals and objectives in terms of a mission statement. Being able to understand that, is it problem-based in terms of processes, or is it mission-based in terms of what the agency is supposed to be doing, right? Roles and responsibilities are key. So sometimes it gets confusing because you're used to being direct practice social worker, but now you need to be a supervisor, you need to be an administrator. You have to put that administration hat on. So we're going to talk about that. And then research, I listed a comprehensive list because let me tell you, research could be 0 or it could be 1, maybe 2. So there's going to be less research questions on the exam typically, this is typically, than diagnosis and medication. So it's going to be even fewer than that. So some people hold the strategy, I just won't study research. Okay. Some people go too deep and then they're asking me about statistics, which is not on there. Kind of. There is one form of statistic that's on there that we're going to talk about, but it's not formulas on there. Okay. So you kind of have to figure out what you have time for. If you want to kind of look at it, what I would suggest is you want to do validity, reliability, definitely, and program evaluation. Those 3 things I want you to write those down. If you have a little more time, then I want you to look at types of research designs and single subject, I am told, has been seen on the exam. So we know there's various types of exams. People get different questions. So it's not a guarantee of what you're going to get, but you may get something about single subject. So you just want to kind of refresh. And the additional PowerPoints will have that in there. Okay, let's go through. Oh, administration first. Sorry, I thought it was group. Administration, supervisor hat. My overall job as a supervisor is to ensure that clients have effective services delivered to them. That is my primary or my overall purpose as a supervisor. But I do that by managing my staff, right? So they are the ones that are servicing the clients. So by managing them, I'm ensuring that effective services are being delivered by my staff, okay? And so same thing applies with direct practice, actually. If I have a problem with my staff, what am I going to do first? I'm going to go to my staff and try to figure out what's going on, right? Same thing when our clients aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Our first thing is to go to them directly, ask them about what's going on, ask them if they understand the policy that maybe they're not following, okay? So So really talking to them first is going to be that direct or first thing that we're going to do when there's a problem, okay? And then the other thing to remember is that we are teaching, as supervisors, we're going to teach a skill to our staff or educate our staff in order to improve their performance, okay? So if a client is raising an issue, as a supervisor, we need to respond to the issue. As a supervisor, my primary responsibility is my staff, right? So anything that goes beyond my staff is going to be something that would be done by maybe a director, an executive director. So as a supervisor, I cannot change the mission of the agency, but I can provide training and educate my staff, right? But if I am a director, an executive director, or on the board of directors, then my focus may be more on budget issues, trying to make sure that, it is staffing too, a little staffing, but more around budget and staffing, right? So I'm going to be worried about the way bigger issues, and the supervisor is the day-to-day person. So if you come to me as an executive director, as a board of director about a day-to-day issue, I'm not the one for that, right? Chain of commands, right? I'm going to redirect you back to your supervisor, have you talk to your supervisor about that issue before I try to handle something that's really not my responsibility, unless, like I said, it comes to a larger level. So if all the staff members in the whole agency is having an issue, then that would be my concern. But day-to-day things, that's going to be for the supervisor. That's it for administration. That's all you need to know, and we're going to apply that principle later. Like I said, you can talk about the types of research. Here's some information on the additional PowerPoints. I go in depth on all the research types, not in the world, but that you may see. But it's good to know the difference between qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative is focus groups and in-depth interviews, the quality of something. I want to know why. It's kind of like journalism, interviewing someone to get the context of something. Quantitative is numbers, a database. So if it talks about a database, it's quantitative. If it talks about focus groups, it's qualitative. If it talks about both, it's mixed methods. Oh, remember that? I'm taking you all the way back, okay? And then I just included single subject because, like I said, it's on there. Single subject is just about making sure that that intervention is effective. How do we know if my CBT is working, right? Well, let's take a baseline. My baseline might be, okay, let's do the Beck depression inventory at the beginning of treatment, then do it while I'm administering the intervention, which would be my CBT. So baseline is before the CBT, intervention is after the CBT. And then they have different designs that are variations of a baseline, at the intervention. You have some longer ones that have a second baseline, but that's the basic premise of single subject. A sample. Okay, a sample is a subset of a population. If your head is exploding, it's because I'm talking about research and it's really, it's confusing. And I may go a little too deep. That's why I gotta keep to the slides. Sample, who you study, okay? So when you have a sample, you can't generalize, remember that? You can't generalize your findings to the entire world. Okay, so if I am studying Morgan State University School of Social Work students and depression, whatever my findings are, I cannot generalize that to the entire university, and I cannot generalize that to all universities, okay? I can only apply those findings to who I study. Now, if I have a large sample or a random sample, which gives equal chance to various amounts of people. If I do my study on social work students from 100 universities, PWI and HBCUs, then maybe I can generalize more
effectively because I have a bigger sample. Okay. So what I just actually described is external validity. Okay. And validity just means that what I measure is what I was supposed to measure. Okay. And so when we think about internal validity, we think about independent and dependent variable. Okay. So if I'm looking at depression, and no, let's go back to my other one. The CBT, remember that? Okay, CBT and depression. Okay, so CBT would be my independent variable. It stands by itself, and depression could go up or down. The level of depression can go up and down. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, if the independent variable actually causes the depression to go up or down. So did I actually explain why the depression went up or down by my independent variable? So that's internal and external validity. I know I'm losing you, but just keep for a little second. Reliability, it means consistent. So validity means that what I was supposed to measure, I actually measured it. I was supposed to measure depression and CBT, and that's the results that I got. Okay. And then reliability is consistent. Is my study consistent? If I do my study again, will it yield the same results? Okay. And then I did include this little chart. Please don't get any anxiety about it. The only reason I included it is because my client said she had numbers on her test. So this is the numbers you're going to see. It has to do with reliability. When you develop an instrument, I'm going a little deep, but just stay with me. When you develop an instrument, if I wanted to measure urban social work, and I wanted to make sure that my questionnaire was consistent, that every time someone answered it, they answered it consistently, and it actually yielded the same results every time, then I would look at my reliability measurements. Let's just call it that. Don't even worry about this Cronbach alpha. You don't need to know that. Just know that the closer you get to 1, the better the reliability. The lower you get, 0.5 and lower, terrible. Okay. About 0.7 and up, we have good reliability. That's all you need to know. So if you see a number, pick the one that's higher. That's all you got to know. We're going to keep it moving. Okay, group practice. Group practice is really easy. It's very few concepts, and it's very, very easy. You have to know what stage of group you're in, okay? So it's really, really important to know that. With group questions, the group is your client. Remember, just like the family is your client, actually, I would say a family is a type of group. The group is your client. Don't break it up. Keep it all together, okay? And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. Everything should be processed within the group. Typically, you are going to be the facilitator of the group, the social worker. Even in an interdisciplinary meeting, we always are the facilitator, right? Because we have great skills. And so you have to think about how can you keep your group together? And you don't want to offer individual advice outside of the group, except for safety. If there is a safety concern, you know, safety is always special. If there's a safety concern that comes up during the group, you can talk to that individual that the safety concern is about, or that you're concerned about maybe their family member or something. But outside of that, you just want to process everything in the group. If someone is, you know, feeling a way about what happened last group, you want to keep that within the group. You don't want to talk to them about it or you can talk to them about it, but you don't want to address it or resolve the issue outside of the group. You want to bring it back to the group. If there's a topic that's being discussed, you want the group's input before your input. I know we love to educate. We love to psycho-educate everybody, okay? But with group questions, before you psycho-educate, you want to check in with the group, okay? And that's going to be key.
There is different types of groups. The main group you're going to see is therapy groups, right? Because you're going to be running a therapy group. A group that is aimed to treat a certain symptom. You might have various diagnoses, or it might be a group for schizophrenics, right? So those are the main groups that you'll see, or professional meeting groups. Okay, so staff meetings, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary meetings are for types of group. Why? Because one, you're probably the facilitator of that group, and two, they want you to address some type of group dynamic that has come up in this meeting. So whatever the purpose of the meeting is, you want to make sure that as a facilitator, you are redirecting your group back to that purpose. Okay. Okay, these are people who are not appropriate for groups. Clients who are in crisis, suicidal clients, needy clients, compulsively needy clients, actively psychotic, and paranoid. Okay, these are individuals that should not be in a group. So if it asks you, gives you this scenario about a person that's in a crisis and asks what type of group would they be appropriate for, the answer is none, because if they're in a crisis, they're not stable enough to be in a group setting. The stages of group, I'm going to kind of bypass it, but I want you to go over it. And what you'll see here is 2 labels, forming and pre-affiliation. And you need to know both sets of terms, because it may say forming or it may say pre-affiliation in your answers, and you need to know what that represents. Okay. But just know that in the beginning, you really are establishing your authority, you're establishing the rules, and you're getting to know the members. As the members get to know each other better, then they're able to be more cohesive together. Okay, let's get right into community practice. I want to make sure we have time for the questions. So I will be going a little fast, but I do want you to know that all of the information, like I said, is going to be on my YouTube. That's why I'm kind of like, you guys have that resource to kind of go over that stuff. And then also, I want you to, sometimes seeing it is better than me explaining it. And sometimes when we go through the question, we can come back to the slide to show you why it's that way. But I do want to get through the community organizing models, and then we'll go straight to the questions. So a community doesn't have to be a location, right? It doesn't have to be 21256, right? It can be just people that are experiencing something the same or interested in the same thing. A community problem is typically a social issue, right? We are experiencing youth violence. That is a community problem. You will know it's a community question because the problem is involving more than just one person. It's not just this one family, this one person, but it's a group of citizens. It's a group of people that are experiencing some type of maybe injustice, or maybe a lack of resources, a lack of access. That is the social problem. And as social workers, we should have collaborative partnerships. Okay, we should be collaborating with people. In community practice, we are working with the community. We should not go in and demand things from the community, right? We should get to know the community, build a rapport with the community members. And we're going to talk about the different methods of community practice as well. I think I'm going to go ahead to that. Okay, social planning, social action, social reform, and locality development. These are models of community organizing. So if it asks you what model of community organizing would you use, this is the 4 that you would, that they're talking about, okay? 1 and 2 are also phases of community practice. And guess what? The phases of community practice are just like direct practice: assess, plan, action, evaluation, right? It's just that the terms like stakeholders, you're like, what is that? What is a stakeholder? What is a task force? What is a coalition? These words throw you off. But what I want you to do is see how the words fit with the phases, okay? So we're going to assess the problem, okay? And then we're going to plan for the problem. Social planning means that I am doing nothing but figuring out what to do, right? So I'm not actually going to be doing a protest, but I'm going to plan for the protest, or I'm going to see what are all the options, okay? And sometimes an option could be developing a program, and that's where program development comes in, and they say that that is on the test. So that's why I made a video just for that, for you to know, what does program development even mean, right? And it's social planning, right? Once you implement your action, then it's going to be social action. Okay, so you're implementing whatever strategies. I always say protest because it's just the easiest one for me to think about. But a protest is an action. Okay, you always plan before you act. And when you plan, you have to find out who cares. So you come into a community, you say, okay, youth violence is a problem, right? They hired me as a social worker to come and work with the community for youth violence, but you have to find out who actually cares about youth violence, who is interested in this topic. And the people that are interested in the topic or in the problem, they're called stakeholders, okay? Normally, stakeholders are like people with money, but in the community, a stakeholder could also be a community member, and they're just as important as our politicians, okay? Social reform just means that we are going to, our community action or our social action is through policy. So social reform is specific for policy, okay? And locality development is the last one. You could also think of it as a grassroots organization. Have you ever heard of that? We have plenty of Morgan alum who have programs and organizations that are grassroots organizations. All it means is that, hey, I know I could go to Brandon Scott, right? Our mayor. I know I could go to him directly and kind of do what I want because I know him. He's cool. We cool. But I can do that way and not include the community and just go straight there, not get any community buy-in, right? Or I can start at the I don't like to say bottom because that's not what I want to say. I want to say I'm going to start at the foundation. That's what I want to say. Okay. I want to start at the foundation, which is the community. So if I start at the community, then I can work my way up to the politicians. But developing the community members that are already interested in the problem is locality development. Okay. Very different from a top down. Okay, it's like a ground up. That's what I want to say, ground up. Okay, so those are some of the things I want to say, and then I want to pull out everything else with the questions because I want to make sure we get to the questions because we are going to end right on time at 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what these community questions look like. I know you're so excited for them. Okay. I'm going to put the poll site in there one more time, just in case you closed it out. Okay. Resume. Okay, the question is live. I'm also going to share the question on the screen. Oh, don't look at the answer. Okay, you have 60 seconds. All right, go ahead and finish up your answers. I know this was kind of a long one, so let's see how you did. Yeah, we had a split between A and B. Okay. So with community, what I want you to think about is what is the main issue, okay? So someone tell me, what, if we take all the fluff out, what is the bottom line? What are we supposed to be looking at? Improvement in the service. Okay, yes, that's our subject. Strategies, yes. Strategies for what though? Lack of respect and quality of services. Okay, yes, that's what we're looking at. But what is the point of the question? I haven't seen it yet. What are we supposed to be focusing on in terms of answering the question? Advocacy. Okay, we're getting there. How to initiate the process. Okay, process for what? All right, I found it. How to present their demands. Perfect. Yes. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so what you guys said at the beginning was the fluff. Doesn't really matter, right? Whatever we're trying to do doesn't really matter, right? Improve services, courteous treatment, we're at a local health center. That's just the backdrop. But the main issue is that the group wants to now present the demands to the director. So what we're supposed to be finding out is what is the most effective strategy for presenting the demands to the director. Do you understand how I just watered that down? Okay, so let's go ahead and eliminate. So now we're going to eliminate C and D, and you guys eliminated C and D too because you didn't pick it. So that's how I know. Arrange a sit-in at the center since the director is likely to be unreceptive. That is an assumption that we cannot make. So C is out. Contact the media. Wow. I mean, we haven't even tried to present the demands yet. So C and D is out. The question is, should you present the demands as the social worker, or should you allow your group members, the community members, to present their demands? When we talk about empowerment, which one is most effective? Yes, you're going to empower the community. So even though it didn't say anything about empowerment in here, that really would have helped you with the question. Empowerment is a key concept in community. I know it says disgruntled. I know most people don't like that it says disgruntled. That just means they're upset. I mean, community members are often upset, right? But we're going to teach them how to present their demands, right? Because we're going to empower them. So since they are the ones that are experiencing the problem, having them present their demands is going to be the most effective initial strategy. Then if it didn't work, then maybe we could talk to the director ourselves. But having the leaders of the group and the community going first is going to be our most effective initial strategy. Okay. Hopefully that made sense. I think it did. So let's go to the next question. Okay, go ahead and put your answers in the poll. If you are looking in the chat box, you can put your answers in the chat box. Yes. So what I do in terms of the chat box is when the question is live, I put it on direct message to me. So if you keep getting direct message, it's because that's the setting. Once I come on and start talking, I put it on everyone. So all you have to do is when it says to, just put it back to everyone in meeting, and then it'll show up to everyone. You just have to change your to setting. That's just so you guys don't release your answers too early, okay? Okay, let's look at how we did on the, okay. So we had A, 60%, C, 28%, and D, 10%. So let's go through. What am I gonna say that is the principle we need to know for this one that we kind of just went over? Okay, empowerment. Yep. Okay, yes, I did go over that. Foundation. Okay. In terms of the steps, after we know what we're supposed to be looking at, so our problem is juvenile facilities are substandard, okay? Then after that, we want to know who cares. We have to find the interested people. So that's why the answer is A. That's what we're going to do first every time. We have to find the interested people. Sometimes it will say mobilize interest groups. Sometimes it will say find the interested people. Sometimes it will say to form a task force, which just is a group of stakeholders who are just interested people. It may say something about a coalition. A coalition is like a self-help a self-help group of community members who are interested in something. So it could be a coalition about youth violence, a coalition they're just meeting regularly about this issue. They're interested in the issue. We can't do C yet. Why can't we do C? Why is C not a first step? Okay, because we don't know the issues. Okay. Right. C is a intervention, right? It's an action. If we're organizing the parents to demand change, that sounds like we're gonna, we're organizing them so we can go down to City Hall or wherever and, demand our changes. Yes. So it's not that the parents aren't interested, because they're the parents of the juvenile. So they're definitely interested. But we have to plan before we act. We don't know if we should do that. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't organize the parents to demand change. Maybe we should do something else, right? So B, C, and D are all social actions. A is planning. I have to find the people, and then we're going to come together and we're going to come up with strategies. Alternatives is just strategies, recommendations, suggestions of what we're actually going to do. So before we do anything, we need to plan before we do anything. So same thing with direct practice. A lot of people go straight to the intervention, and with community practice, sometimes you can do that as well. Go straight for the intervention, but you have to plan first. Okay, let's go to 3. All right, go ahead and put your answer. I'm opening up the chat box so you can now do it to everyone. And I'm going to check the results. Let's see. Okay, C was the majority and C is correct. Very good. Let's talk about why it's not D, because that was the other one. So the reason why it's not D is we have to look at where we are in the community practice stage. We're meeting with a group of concerned citizens. And during the meeting, they're throwing out many suggestions. So we're actually in phase 1, problem identification. We're trying to figure out, why are the youth drinking and driving? So we have so many suggestions. They can't find jobs, the parents aren't involved, the police not doing their job, suggestions, right? So we have to figure out why, or we need more information about the actual problem. So when it comes to what should we do first, or what should we encourage the group to consider first, meeting with the youth themselves is going to be a better option than statistics. Statistics are still good information. We may collect them a little later, but right after we had a meeting with all these suggestions, it's really good to have another meeting with the youth to understand it from their point of view. I mean, they are the whole subject of the problem, right? Drinking and youth drinking and driving, but we haven't even considered their opinion. So we need to meet with them. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions about that? I didn't see any, so I'm going to keep going. Are you guys enjoying all the questions? I mean, this is our 30th question today. And it's so good, so good. Yes, yes. Okay, go ahead and put your answer in the chat box or on the poll. Okay, we have a split. I knew we would. It's okay. We have 4 organizing models. Which one is not even a model? We can get rid of it right away. Which one is that? Which one is not a model? Social goals. Yes, thank you. Social goals. That's not a model. What's that? I don't know. It's not something we talked about, right? It's not one of the 4, so we can get rid of it. Okay, then we had to figure out, okay, are we acting? Are we planning? Or are we trying to organize community members that are already interested, already available, already there? So actually the answer is C, locality development. And let me show you the very few words that you needed to know. 1, there's little organized effort, okay? 2, we know that we have a community consensus. We have the people and we have the problem. So we have a community consensus. We have little organized effort. And so we're going to develop the community that has already been identified. And because they haven't done anything, it's like they're already together and cohesive. They just haven't done anything to solve the problem. So the most appropriate, most is difficult too, because most could be anything, but the most appropriate would be community development. We don't have any planning because it didn't say we're going to meet. It didn't say we should form anything, a task force or anything. It didn't say any type of discussing recommendations. It didn't say anything about that. It just said these are the problems. So we just have problem identification. We have it. We do have interested people, but they haven't done anything, and we need to come in and organize them. Locality development is hard because it's like all of the phases in one. It's really an approach versus a phase, right? So you can plan, you can act, you can do everything in locality development. It just means to start with the community versus starting without them, like starting somewhere else with politicians or professionals, but you're going to actually start with the people that are actually affected by the issue. Okay. It's not social action because there is no action. There's no action that's been mentioned. No action, no planning, and social goals is not a thing. Okay. All right, let's go to 5. We're going to talk about another term to see if you're familiar with it. Okay, we did better on this question. Tell me how you knew it was the answer. What key concepts did you pick out of this one? What stood out to you? All right, I agree. Devise a strategy, but forms in the focus groups as well is a form of planning too. So sometimes you feel like planning is acting, but it's really just planning. So you're devising a strategy. That means you're trying to come up with a solution. And so that's why you're going to be planning. Even though it says you are facilitating a series of forums, that is like an action. So sometimes it can be confusing, but it's planning because you're using those forums to come up with a plan. Okay. And the whole point of them, the whole thing they ask you to do is to come up with a plan, devise a strategy. Okay. So I know that this approach to community intervention is mostly closely identified with, you saw intervention, and so you might have picked another one. But actually you were planning, you were social planning. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, go ahead and finish up on the poll. Put your answers in the chat box. Even though we didn't go over the steps of program development, you got it right, mostly. So let's go over it. So this is the part. plan before you act. It's really like across the board. In all situations, you just need to plan before you intervene, before you act. So if you are asked to start, so we're in the beginning phases, to start a program, then you shouldn't implement the program before you plan out the program design. Program design is similar to a program structure. How are you going to actually implement it? So B, C, and D are actually you servicing the community. Okay, so before you service the community by providing information, by distributing facts, by arranging screenings, before you actually implement the program, you should talk to the residents to discuss what you should do. I mean, program design is really important because you might have a vision, but the residents may say that's not going to work for us. You know, we can't go down the steps or whatever. So you planning to do this is not going to work. So getting that input before you actually implement anything is so important. And it says first. So the main thing with this is B, C, and D are implementation. A is planning. Okay. You see a theme. It's a theme with these questions. Oh, no. A was the right answer. I'm sorry. A was the correct answer. Okay. 7, let's go to 7. We're doing wonderful. I think we have just 5 more questions to go over. We're at the final stretch. Okay, go ahead and put your answer in the chat box or on the poll. See how you did. Okay, we had a split with this one as well. Very normal. What did we talk about? This is an administration question. So we have to remember our role. What did we say about executive directors? Chain of command. Perfect, Kenya. Yeah, it's a chain of command issue. So do I care about my social work that's a direct service social worker? Yes, I do. That's why I listened attentively, carefully, right? But also, I need to give a chance for my supervisor to do their job. So sometimes people assume that the reason the social worker came to the executive director is because the complaint was actually about the supervisor. Like they had a problem with their supervisor and that's why they came to the director. But if you had that thought process, that's normal. It just isn't in the question. Like you just reached a little. You filled in the gaps, but you didn't need to. D is a great option when my supervisor lets me know that the issue was not resolved. Or maybe the issue is more of a me thing than a supervisor thing, right? But we have to give a chance for our supervisors, for our mid management team to do their job. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you do read the question wrong. Yeah, sometimes you do. So sometimes you just want to reread the question and just kind of go over it again, making sure that you eliminated it right and that you understand everything. Okay, let's go to the next one. All right, go ahead and finish up on the poll. Let me see how you did. Let's see. Ooh, yes, perfect. Most people did put the right answer. I'm gonna let you kind of finish up on there if you haven't put your answer yet. Okay, we had a couple, it went down a little bit, but still majority was on the right answer. The answer is C, provide staff training about cultural competence. The reason we should do that is the problem is a bias, okay? The bias is that all Native Americans need to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, or Al-Anon is for the family members. So you either are an alcoholic or your family is an alcoholic without doing any assessment. Remember, it says referrals are made without obtaining information. So they don't even know if they're using or not. You're Native American, you go straight to the Alcoholics Anonymous, right? So as a supervisor, because it says, how can a supervisor effectively address this practice? We do want to reprimand them, but really it's just a bias, right? Not just, but we need to provide them with some cultural competent social work practice, some training, and that's within our scope. It is within our scope to reprimand, but we want to educate before we reprimand. And B looked really good because that says educate, right? But it's only educating them about the program. It's not educating them about their bias. And that's actually the issue. The issue is the bias, not that they have misinformation about the program, but they had misinformation about the whole population. Okay. Does that make sense? Hopefully that does. Okay. We don't have very much further to go. We have 4 more questions and we will be finished. Somebody tell me what type of question this is. Anybody? Practice. Okay, yes. What type of group? Yes, group practice. Very good. Okay. So we have a group, but we want to terminate someone. So I didn't mention this, so it's okay if you got the answer wrong because I didn't mention it. But C, the answer is C, because we do individual, we can talk to individuals or have individual appointments when we have a safety issue, or B, termination. So if we're going to terminate someone, we don't necessarily want them to, we don't want to terminate them in front of the whole, like, hey, today you're no longer going to come to any group. Yes, but I did say keep it in the group. 2 exceptions. You have to know the exceptions because it's not a guarantee every time. Yeah, no shaming. 2 exceptions that I've come across. There might be more, but these are the 2 that are common. When there's a safety issue and termination. Don't terminate them in front of the group. Okay. Okay, I only see 12 people responded, so go ahead and respond to your poll. Now, I showed you the exception. This is not an exception, this is the rule. The rule is you want to keep the group together, and when an issue comes up, you want to discuss it with the group. Okay, so although after the session they come to you, they're frustrated, you're going to listen to them. It's not you say, don't talk to me about it, we'll talk about it later, right? You're going to listen, but then you're going to address the issue they brought up in the next session. It sounds harsh because the couple, they had a child die, and it sounds harsh to bring up their frustration, but they're a part of the group too, and they are allowed to be heard. So you want everybody to be heard. If they were frustrated or uncomfortable because the couple monopolized the entire group and didn't let nobody else talk, then that's something that you want to bring up. It might even go back to the rules of the group. So you want to discuss that within the group. So this was the rule and not the exception. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, go ahead and finish up your answer on the poll. See how you did. Okay, more people answered. That's good. Okay, the majority answered right. Remember, I said next is like first. Okay, so A, B, C are all things that are getting into the meat of the program, right? So you're doing a group for teenage fathers. So talking about teenage fathers or fatherhood would be a great thing to do. But remember, this is a new group. And we just talked about the rules and introduction. So we can assume that this is literally like the first session. So the next progressive thing to do right after your introductions is to talk about expectations. It kind of is in the same group as rules and introductions. So A, ask each group member to describe circumstances of their child's life. Like I said, A, B, and C are all topics you would bring up in the group, but we're not ready for topics yet. We're still introducing ourselves. And this is the last question, you guys, I think. Yes, this is the last question. Okay, go ahead and put your answer on the poll. Go ahead and finish up. It's always a split with this one. Somebody tell me, what is the problem? There is a long meeting, but what is the cause of that? What is the root problem? Unrelated discussion, yes. Staff members go off topic. So this one was difficult. That's why I picked it. It's difficult. One, this is a group question. Sometimes you don't realize it, but you're facilitating the group because you're the chair of the meeting, okay? So it's a group question. And you have group dynamics. This happens. People go on binges, not binges. It's late. People go on rants, right? And so this is prolonging the meeting. So as the chair, you need to keep your members on task and redirect them. So it's really about, did you think the issue was the unrelated discussion, or did you think the issue was long meetings? So if you thought it was long meetings, then you set the time limits, but it did not, even if you say an hour, it would be an hour of them talking about unrelated things. So you have to go to kind of like the root of the cause. All right. We went through 192 slides. You endured six hours of licensure prep. And what I want to tell you is that you did phenomenal. We had 2 instances where we had 100%. That means that you're grasping the information. And I want to talk a little bit about your study plan. Your study plan should be based upon your date. Oh, while I talk, I'm going to put the link in for the evaluation. Don't get off yet. Wait a minute. Evaluation link. MSU eval. We did do things differently this time, so please be honest. I don't know if you attended last year's, but we did things differently. So we did questions more and content a little less. So tell us if you like that strategy. I thought it went pretty smooth, but let us know if you like doing questions. I'm pretty sure you do, but be honest on the evaluation. We just want to know how to get better. And also, please do the evaluation so I can send you the recordings, the audio and the video recording. So that's how I'm going to send it out. So I want to make sure you guys complete that evaluation. So yeah, your study plan should be based upon your test date. So if you're testing 6 months or more, like maybe next year sometime, then you just want to get your material. You just want to understand the test a little more. You may not even need to study yet. Once you become into the 3 to 6 month mark, you want to start to, again, get your material. I'm going to send information about material, resources, and everything in the email, okay? And I want you to also think about, with your 3 to 6 months, you want to start studying. You want to start studying maybe 2 times a week, Monday, Friday, and you want to make sure you pick a date that's good and you pick a time that's effective for you. Then you want to make sure you have the right learning style. Don't skip that learning style quiz, y'all. Do that. And then what you want to do is, if you're within 3 months, you want to study even more, okay? I put the link in there one more time. It might not be like a link you can click, so just highlight it and copy and paste it. But it's bit.ly/MSU eval in all caps for the evaluation. Within 3 months, you want to study like at least 3 to 4 times a week, and you want to get bigger amounts of time. You want to study what we went over. Don't study the whole book. If you're good at reading, you can read it. If you like taking notes and highlighting and putting it in different colors, do that, right? And anything that we did not go over today, or it may be in the pre-work, it's probably in the pre-work, but if it's not, just, you can reach out to both of us, or whoever you want to reach out to. Please let us know, what did you like about the workshop today? What's your What's your preliminary thoughts? Did you find it helpful? Do you feel better? Do you feel overwhelmed? Are you more anxious? Are you less anxious? Let us know, like, how you feeling? Hey, Mama Ashley. Good. You should feel better. You should feel like, okay, I kind of know the like method. If you're not sure about the like method, it's okay. You're going to get it. Practice, practice, practice. You have 35 questions in your homework. Okay. So I want you to make sure you do your homework too. But before you do your homework, keep looking at the material, keep studying, review this video again, see how we did things, look at why we got the answers right. Professor Lewis, did you want to say anything? While she talks, I'm going to show you where the homework is real quick. I think she's going to talk. She might not talk. Oh, you know why? I think because, wait a minute. Oh, you're not a co-host anymore. That's why, because you came back in. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I really don't have much to say. I just want to say thank you guys for being here, for investing in yourselves, and thank you for hanging in there all day with us. I definitely hope the information was beneficial to you, and that's pretty much it. Thank you, Dr. Boone, for letting me be your sidekick today. And you guys enjoy your weekend, your long weekend, and yeah.
Yeah, I have great information about motivation. Thank you so much for doing the eval. Here is, of course, Andre. Here is the homework. It's this purple form, Google form. You open it up and it's like a quiz. It's a quiz, basically. You go through, you put your answers, you're going to submit your answers, and then at the end, it will give you a completed form of what you got wrong, what you got right at the end. So at the end, you can click, I'm going to show you a little tidbit, click print, and you can, mine is already set to save as PDF. Save it as a PDF and you'll have all the answers. Save it to your desktop or whatever. And you'll have all of the questions and all of the answers. But if you need the answers or if you need your results, just email me sapphire.boone@morgan.edu. I'm going to be sending you an email literally tonight, so you'll have my email. Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited. Also, send a thank you message to Professor Rich and Dr. McFadder and Dr. Van Slytman, because they made all of this possible. Quizlet is a great resource for practice questions. Yes. They used to have a practice test, an old like ASWB practice test on there, but somebody disabled it. I was like, no. So it's not on there anymore. But Quizlet is good. And I have a Quizlet resource that I'm going to send to you guys. So you're going to have so much resources. It's going to be crazy. Pocket Prep is good, but the questions are not like the test. They're just for knowledge. Dawn APGAR is good, but it's just for knowledge. It's not like the test. So the ASWB practice test is going to be the best one. Oh, no, you're fine. All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a great weekend. It was so good. We are going to look at your input and really make sure that we incorporate it. Your voice matters. I'll send out the evaluation link as well. You guys are the best. You can pass. You can. Even if you have a little bit of some attempts, you know, everyone is different. Everybody's journey is different. But you can pass. You just have to learn the test. Sometimes information is not the information, it's the test. And manage your anxiety, because sometimes it's your anxiety Has nothing to do with your strategy. It's just you're anxious and you picked the wrong answer. Good. Yes, more confidence. Yes, I'm looking forward to working with all of you. If you have any questions, you can reach out. Thank you guys so much and have a great day. You'll be getting this recording. I will let you know when the recording is on the Google Drive by probably like 7 or 8 tonight. So you'll get that email tonight. If tomorrow you wake up, you haven't gotten the email, just send an email to me and let me know. See you guys. We had all those people that hung out with us, 80 people all day. Thanks.